Hope you're having a good time. I hope you're having a good day. It's very sunny here and nice. It's been a little bit of a time since we've talked about the weather on the stream, honestly. It used to be a major pre-stream topic, to be honest. Weather this, weather that. Is it nice? Is it cold? Well, let me tell you guys, girls and MBs, that it is nice out today in New York City. It's sunny, it's blue, it's warm. It's about high of 50 degrees Fahrenheit imperial units. And yeah, you know, it's honestly just kind of a good mood kind of situation. Earlier in the week, I would say that it was dreary, gray, cold, and sad. It was kind of a bummer of a start of the week, honestly. On Monday, you wake up, it's chilly, it's cold, it's gray, it's dark. You're like, ugh, do I have to go back to work? But it improved over the week. That's what happens during the spring. Dominic, hello, thank you for the resub. Really appreciate it. What is that little wave emote? Kiri, 2D Kiri, hi, cool. Happy Friday, Lisa. Good to see you as well. Whew, I don't even know. I don't even know. What did I do today? I took a nice scooter ride. I think I told you that I got an electric scooter, like a little Vespa sort of thing. It's made of batteries. It's white. And I have a helmet for it. As in case you were wondering, I've got a big old motorcycle helmet. I've got a big old motorcycle jacket. And I took it on a ride. I went up to Williamsburg to meet a coworker for breakfast. Isn't that nice? Isn't that nice? We went over there. What did I have? I had some eggs. I had some potatoes. I had some labna. You guys know labna? A delicious yogurty spread. And something called a Jerusalem bagel, which is like a circular sesame covered soft bread thing. It was really tasty. You know, we caught up, talked about work. She was in town from another state. So we caught up, we chatted. It was nice. It was lovely. And besides that, I don't know. The week just kind of flew by, didn't it? Usually does. It usually does. What's up, Techie? Ghost? What did you all get up to this week? Anything exciting? Anything unexciting? Do you have any delicious snacks? Did you meet any delicious people? Did you work on any delicious projects? Tell me about it. Kiri, cool. So one thing that's on my plate, I have a few things on my plate. Gosh, okay. Let's get into it. Let's think about it. What's stressing me out? One thing that's stressing me out is View Core. You remember we've been working on View Core on and off for like a long time, the thing that helps analyze Go heaps. Well, I finally was able to convince some people to look at it, but the truth is that they gave me some feedback that, well, I actually just have no idea. I like lost all the context because the feedback took like several months, maybe like 6 months to come, I feel like. And so I lost all the context and I have no idea how to respond to the feedback. So that's kind of a bummer. It's stressing me out. I wasn't actually planning to look at it today, but maybe I should. It's just stressing me out, to be honest, because I feel like I've set myself up into this situation where it's like, okay, I did this thing and it's going to be helpful. And I asked some people to review it and asked and asked and asked. And eventually they got back to it. And now I'm like not doing anything on it. You know what I mean? You ever get into that situation? And I'm feeling pretty stressed about it actually, because, well, yeah, I don't want to be a person who badgers somebody and then once they finally get back to you, you just ignore them. But that's kind of how I'm feeling right now. So I've got to deal with that. Whether that's on the stream or off the stream, I'm not exactly sure. Yeah. The Go team's busy with 118. Yeah, I figured. But yeah, I guess maybe I've got another month or two of hang time before I really need to respond, but I do want to fix that stuff up, honestly. And of course, like 118 will probably bring its own changes to the binary layout that will, or not the binary layout, the heap layout that will cause me more problems with View Core that I've got to change, but we'll see, I guess. 2 days of grinding MMOs, 1 day of staring at the login screen for MMOs. What MMO do you play? I haven't really gotten into MMOs ever, and I think it's a good thing for my mental health, but I would definitely be addicted. Hey Rail, happy Friday to you too. Good to see ya. It's good to see ya. I did start playing Pokemon Legends Arceus recently, which is a bit of a mouthful of a game. Man, that is fun. I'm having a great time with Pokemon Legends Arceus. Going around catching Pokemon. It's kind of relaxing, is the truth. I haven't really been focusing on the story too much. I've mostly just been kind of walking around and doing side quests and picking up random Pokemon. And I gotta say, it's awesome. I love it. I haven't played a Pokemon game since literally Gen 1 Game Boy Pokemon, like the ones on, it was like Pokemon Red or Pokemon Blue, one of those two I played. Haven't played since then, but this is a big improvement, gotta say. There's no more, not too much staring and pointless waiting and grinding so far, anyway. It's just been pleasant, so I'm a big fan so far. Just tossing balls at animals, exactly. Yeah, I started a Discord recently. I hope you all join it. We talk about database stuff in that Discord. If you want, or just chat, or be social, whatever it is. Kind of fun to have a Discord. Lost Ark, the game that's supposed to launch today but probably isn't. Here it comes, prepare yourself. Don't know what that's about, but it sounds exciting. Ukness, it's good to see you. And Shrek, it's good to see you too. Rockstar74, thank you for the follow.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Ah. Well, that explains the here it comes. It's good to see you, Primogen fans. I hope you're having a great day. Thank you so much for the raid, friend. Definitely appreciate it. I hope you're having a good old time doing the Vims. Doing the Vims and the Go stuff. Didn't I see you were starting to work on Go? Is that a new thing? Are you doing Go stuff on the channel now? I hope you are. That's a cool thing. I want more Go streamers on Twitch. I think that's a valuable thing for the Go community and for the Twitch community, so I hope you're doing it. Thanks for the big old raid. My gosh. Primogen's really, you've really grown your channel quite a lot, gotta say. 600 viewers, that's a big one. You're going places. Follow this man. You guys already follow this man, but geez Louise, he's going places. He's gonna become famous for sure. He's gonna be the #1 programming Twitch influencer if he's not already.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Anyway, if you guys haven't been to my channel, by the way, I'm just doing my little intro right now, but I'm Jordan. I'm a director of engineering at Cockroach Labs. We work on a database called CockroachDB on the stream. It's a distributed SQL database. You can use it for all your projects. It's great for developers. It's a scalable, developer-friendly SQL database that, in my humble opinion, is the future. So you guys are going to want to check that out. You're going to want to check it out. You're going to want to use it for your projects. Yeah, but normally on the stream, you know, we kind of work on database stuff. You know, we investigate how databases work. We test databases. We work on hack features. We just kind of do database stuff. So if you guys are interested in databases or Go, I think it's a good channel for you. I hope you stick around as we get into things, which we haven't really yet. We're just sort of chatting, but I hope you stick around.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
How are you going to do that?
By guessing.
I did speak at GopherCon. I did a lightning talk, but I haven't been to GopherCon just yet. I think my first year will be this year. It's going to be in Florida, I guess.
The data bank's too big.
I haven't been yet though,
I have
in
to narrow
person.
down the search.
How are you going to do that?
Looking forward to
By
that.
guessing.
Need to think of a talk, I guess. I talked a little bit about ViewCore last time, actually. So ViewCore is this program that's kind of existed in Go for a while, but hasn't really been maintained too well. That is supposed to help you understand the layout of your heap, help you analyze it, help you analyze the connections between objects in your Go heap, and figure out what's using all your memory, basically. There is a free tier of CockroachDB serverless. Yes, Ukness. Thank you for that.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search.
How are you going to do that?
By guessing.
Well, anyway, shall we get into it? Is it time? Is it time to get into it? Is it a NoSQL database? No, it's a no-NoSQL database. It's a yes SQL database. So it's very much a SQL database, which, you know, I think that if you're used to using NoSQL databases, it's kind of interesting to learn about SQL, because SQL, it's got this relational quality to it, which is kind of neat. I think being able to describe relationships between objects and make schemas, it's a valuable thing. It's helpful for applications.
By guessing.
MongoDB definitely cool database. I've never really used it myself, but people love that thing. Can you use it with Next.js? Yes, you definitely can use it with Next.js.
Computers hooked into over 1,000
What's
data
up?
banks throughout the world.
Null bitmap. So should we get into it? Let's get into it. We're getting into it. We're getting into it. You can see my cool desktop layout
Computers hooked into
if you
over
haven't seen it
1,000
before.
data
So,
banks throughout the world.
what are we doing? What are we doing? So here's what we were doing last time. If you want to know. If you want to know. We were working on some tests. We were working on advanced testing. There's kind of an interesting thing. If you're, I'm going to mute the alert box because it's kind of driving me crazy. But one thing that's kind of interesting, challenging, fun, difficult about database development is that on top of the whole part where you have to make sure that you store the data durably and you do transactions properly, and the transactions are ACID and consistent and atomic, and isolated, you know, durable, the ACID thing, you guys know about that? Besides doing that, you have to make sure that there's this whole thing that's living on top of that part of the database, which is the query language, which in this case is SQL. And it turns out like making SQL is a whole project in and of itself. It's like a whole, you know, is it Turing complete? I don't know. I think it might be Turing complete. I don't really know. It's a whole language, right? And it's complicated to make a programming language. SQL is no exception. And the thing that's really complicated about it is that you can do anything you want in it. You know, you can make a SQL statement that's really long. You can make it really short. You can embed SQL in other SQL. You can kind of get as crazy as you want. And as a result, it's quite hard to test because you can't really test every case like you might be able to with, you know, functions or something like that. Or you can't really unit test the whole SQL language the way that you can unit test other things. So there's sort of a whole subsystem of database research that I'm interested in, that I've been thinking about a little bit for the last couple of streams about randomized testing, fuzz testing, coverage-directed testing, metamorphic testing, trying to figure out how to break SQL if I can. So basically what we were doing last time, let me show you a quick example of what I'm even talking about. Can it be used for time series data? Sort of. Cockroach isn't really optimal for time series data, but you can use it for that, depending on like the volume that you're expecting. It's not really like a time series database though. Those are a little bit different. It's like sort of a specialized thing. Practical application of CockroachDB is really like, if you have an application as a developer and you want to, like for example, I don't know, let's say you're implementing a shopping cart or something like that. CockroachDB would be a great database to use for a shopping cart. It's really designed for transactions. It's an OLTP database, a transaction database. It's really designed for applications where you're doing stuff that is a lot of read-write. It's not an analytics database. It's sort of the opposite of a transactional database. It's a general purpose database is the way that I like to think about it. pgtap, I hear. So pgtap is kind of a thing that's used for testing your SQL schema, right? It's like you're an application developer and you want to make sure that your queries are correct and your schema is correct and your application is correct. That's what pgtap is for. pgtap is kind of like a testing framework that is for a user of a database. What I'm talking about is as a database developer, which is what Cockroach Labs does, and that's what sort of part of my job is, to make the database correct itself. That's the kind of testing we're talking about. So testing the implementation of SQL itself. So anyway, let me just show you a quick example here of something. So I'm going to jump into Cockroach Demo, which is kind of a nice way of testing out Cockroach. If you want to download this and follow along for yourself, you definitely can. If you go to, you know, search CockroachDB and you can download it and play around. But you can open Cockroach Demo and basically, okay, so we'll make a quick table here. We'll make some integers, which we always like to do for demos because they're easy to write and think about. We'll insert some data into the table. Just some random integer data, you know. Maybe 10,000 integers. So then if I select from A, I should have like, hopefully just a bunch of integers, right? And the question is like, okay, so let's say I did something like, I don't know, what's an interesting query that I can run? Like let's say if I said select max of A from G, something like this. Oops, from, what did I call it, A? So I don't know if you guys have used SQL before, but you can use this tool called explain, which kind of teaches you what the database is going to do and how it's going to execute the query. And you can see that in order to figure out the maximum value of A from this table, it's going to do sort of a 2-operator chain. It's going to do a reverse scan on the primary key, since it knows that the database is, it knows that the data is ordered by that primary key. If I show you the definition of this table again, you can see that there's a primary index on this column. And so it knows that it's actually ordered by the values in that particular column. So in order to actually pull out the last or the maximum element from this table, it can actually scan backwards from the end of the table. And it does a little group by because this is an aggregate function. But what's kind of interesting is that there's many ways to execute this query. You don't have to do it this way. You could also scan forwards. And you could also, if maybe this would be silly, but if you didn't know it was sorted, you could like run a sort over the whole table. And in fact, you might have to do that if instead of doing select max of A, you did select max of B from A. In this particular case, we don't have a sort over the second column in the table because it's not in the key. So in this case, I guess we don't do a sort because we can use a streaming group by, which is this method. But we scan over everything, we try to find the maximum element, we return. So this particular testing thing we were working on, this random cost fuzzer test that I'm going to kind of continue working on today, is a way of making the database execute a particular query many different ways by ignoring the cost information that the optimizer gives you for sort of each of the operators in this tree. So the way that the database decides which plan to use is it actually constructs all of the different possible ways to execute a particular query. It costs them all, and then it picks the one with the lowest cost. So a cost fuzzer test is like, make the coster do random stuff to give you unoptimal plans to make sure that all of the different ways to execute a query are identical. So that's the idea. That's the plan. That's what we're going to be working on. Who's got questions? How did you get involved in database development? Well, that's a good question. I've always been interested in systems programming and database programming, I guess, itself. It's at a job, I think a lot of the time as a programmer, backend programmer, you end up working with the database. And so it tends to be pretty interesting. Like, how does this database work? It's always been an area of interest of mine. And I guess when I was getting my last job, so I've been working at Cockroach for like almost 6 years, I think, 5.5 years. But when I was looking for a job, I noticed that there was this company, little startup called Cockroach Labs, hiring people to work on the next generation of scalable SQL. And I definitely I couldn't help but be interested because, well, that was interesting. It's in New York. It's an open source system. That's the other kind of cool thing. So if you guys don't know, you can actually just go to GitHub and look at the whole source code for CockroachDB right there, all available to look at. So that's kind of a dream, right? You get to work on system stuff. It's a database. It's open source. Plus, it's in New York, and I live in New York. So like, man, how could I turn that down? So I applied and was lucky enough to get to work with all of these cool people who work on the database all the time. To be honest, though, before I joined the company, I hadn't actually worked as a database programmer before. So there was definitely a lot to learn. I've learned a lot over the last 5 to 6 years about databases and continue to learn about it. It's a very deep subject. A lot of research goes on in database development. A lot of practical stuff goes on in database development. In general, it's a rich field for people who are interested in. Also, I mean, honestly, if you have any interest in any part of computer science, there's almost certainly some usage of that computer sciencey thing in databases somewhere, right? There's programming language development, like I've been talking about with SQL. There's like storage engine research, which is how the database actually writes data to the disk. There's distributed system stuff, right? Because CockroachDB it's scalable, it's horizontally scalable, which means that you can add machines to a network of Cockroach nodes, and it's going to make a distributed database out of those nodes, right? They're all going to connect to each other. They're going to talk over the network. So there's networking research, there's RPC research, there's serialization research, there's performance research. There's kind of like machine learning. I mean, that's something that people are starting to use for database development, for like learned indexes or figuring out the right statistics, trying to understand the distribution of your data on disk. Or there's search. Search is a whole interesting like world of research that is inside of databases as well. So it's pretty rich. I think it's cool. I think it's fun to learn about databases, and you too can learn about databases. So especially if you stick around, right? Right. So that was the idea. What was I saying? We can use Prisma. Yeah, Prisma and CockroachDB, they're beginning to work well together. SQLite. Go 1.8 fuzzing. It is not using Go 1.8 fuzzing yet, but definitely that's a thing that's going to happen soon. In terms of why it's written in Go, there's some interesting stuff in this link here. Definitely possible to join a database company without database development experience. Yes. Yes. If you are interested too in working on databases, you should definitely apply for jobs at Cockroach Labs. But that's not really what I'm here to do, to shill for the company or anything like that. But you should think about it if you want. This is a spawn. That's sort of more of a spawn con kind of situation. Recruiting stream. I mean, it's not really a recruiting stream. No. Okay, so anyway, so what did I actually want to do? So basically, the last time we were looking at this thing, I sent it in, and I actually got a code review on it from a coworker. So I wanted to take a look at this code review and actually go through it and maybe respond to the comments and then continue working on it. So should we go for it? Should we do it? I have a bunch of crap in my tree here. So I was on this branch called cost fuzzer. So I guess we could rebase this first of all, and then go ahead and try to respond to these comments. So we use this tool called Reviewable for code comments. It's pretty nice. It sits on top of GitHub, and it makes it a little bit easier to respond to code review comments. So jumping to coster.go, which I guess is where this stuff lives. Let's take a look. So coster, basically the coster, right? This is this thing that it assigns a value of expensiveness to every operator in the set of SQL operators that we implement. And the way that this random coster thing works is that it, instead of giving a good cost, it just gives a random number between two values. And that's kind of what we're playing with here. So the comment here is basically like, I did something and then never actually used it. So that's kind of embarrassing. Doesn't look like you're ever using the random generator. Do you want to use it here? Probably. This could be very pointless if I didn't do that, huh? So the idea is when we initialize this coster, I set up a random number generator and I seed it with a particular parameter so that we can be reproducible about the randomness that we generate. And then I guess I should actually be using it, which I guess I'm not doing. So it's kind of a fail for sure. So that's an easy fix. Instead of anywhere where we're doing rand for this particular multiplier, we should be using our seeded random number generator. And then what other feedback did we have? So this is finished this. Use like you're using generate TLP. The theme. Hey, Johnny. What is up, Johnny? Thanks for all the follows and the support, everybody, by the way. Really appreciate it. And Imogen, if you're still around, thanks again for the absolutely massive raid. I've been watching Love Island. Have you guys watched Love Island? It's a pretty funny show. I've got the British accent kind of in my head by accident. So I think I just need to fix this comment. Initialize a smither. So basically the way this test works end to end is that we generate a table with a bunch of random data, and then we generate random statements, and then run the statements in two different ways, one with the random coster and one without, and then we compare the results. That's the idea of this test. Actually, let me just, I've got this project command here that I could, commands, edit project, working on more randomized test techniques for cockroach DB. Oi, cockroach DB in it. Have we had any reported problems with GC pause in cockroach DB? Yeah, so people were asking about Go and garbage collection. GC pause in Go is really not a bad problem the way that it is in Java. The garbage collector is designed to be low latency, and it generally succeeds at being low latency. We've definitely had other problems with garbage collection in Cockroach, mainly about just trying to understand what the memory usage is in a fine-grained way. It's very important if you're a database to understand where all the memory is going and tracking it carefully and freeing it and making sure that the pools are sort of allocated right. And so that can be kind of tricky because of Go being a garbage collected language, but we've sort of found a few different ways of working around that as a problem. No, you can't turn off garbage collection in Go. You can allocate your own memory, sort of, but that's not really the same thing. You can sort of allocate like just ungarbage collected C memory, but it's very gross. And you can't use it for objects. You can only use it just for like raw bytes storage, basically. Oh yeah, I guess you can also turn off the entire garbage collector, but that's a little bit pointless, probably. Okay, so coming back to this thing, we're not using this comment, so let's just delete it. So yeah, anyway, the idea of the test is we generate a bunch of random data, we generate random queries, we run them once with the random coster and once without the random coster, and when we assert that the data is the same before and after the change. Actually, last time, yeah, if you guys remember last time, we were sort of looking at this and we did discover some things that looked like bugs, but it turns out that they weren't, and I just hadn't thought carefully about the statements that we're generating. And it, so basically what was going on was that if you have a SQL query with a limit, but you don't have an order by on that query, since SQL doesn't have to give you back the data in the same order every time, it might not. And then so if you run a query once with a limit and once again with the limit, there's no order by, it might just give you a different subset of the data. And that was causing the test to think that things were broken, but it was really just this anomaly. So the way I worked around that was basically teaching this like random generator thing, which we call the smither, to not generate any limits in the queries that it generates. And that fixed the problem. And so far, after I'd made that change, I haven't actually found any issues, which is good. But there's definitely bugs somewhere. My job is to try to find them. Haven't found them yet, but I think they're in there. I have a hunch. Right, so coming back to the code review, fix this, debug code. Okay, so I'm gonna leave that for now, actually. So the other thing that I actually wanted to do, this was actually pretty straightforward to respond to this. The other thing that I did want to do is it turns out that there's actually another kind of thing that we can do inside of this test to add a little bit more perturbation of the different kinds of queries that we're generating, but in a way that's still sort of like identical. In other words, we always want to be finding ways to find these metamorphic variables, which in the test world, a metamorphic variable is a thing that it's like a behavior that you can change about a bit of code that will like somehow change what the code does to produce the answer, but it won't ever change the answer. So metamorphic testing is about finding these special little knobs. A classic one is a batch size, right? If you have some code that does things in batches and you have a batch size that's changeable, changing that batch size should never ever affect the output of whatever it is that you're actually doing, right? Let's say you're, sending REST API calls in batches, right? If you did that in batch size of 20 or batch size of 100, that should not change whatever the actual output is. So a randomized tester can identify a bunch of these metamorphic variables and run queries or run the system under test once with the batch size set to the default and once set with the batch size set to something else. And if the results are ever different, that means there's a bug somewhere. And it's a very useful technique for fleshing out problems in complicated systems. So should we generate some random queries? I guess like Nice Meme wants to see some random queries. Okay, we'll make some random. We'll just for funsies, we'll just generate a bunch of random queries here, and we'll actually just print them out so you guys can see the kind of craziness we're dealing with here. So we're gonna say make test. What was the thing called? Test cost fuzzer. So we'll just do this. It might have to compile a bit because I just changed a bunch of stuff in the source tree, but let's see what kind of interesting stuff it comes up with. What's up, Matt? Large data bun. Let's go, dude. This has been a good week, I would say, for things. This has been a good week for things. You got buns. You got giant Primogen raids. I had a popular tweet. That was also exciting. Some might say that you shouldn't focus on boosting your Twitter profile. And some might disagree. Some might disagree. Some might think of that as, one of your main goals in life. Get as many Twitter followers as possible. Is that a healthy attitude? I don't think so. I think that's an unhealthy attitude. Yeah, got that. It was kind of funny is that Corey Quinn's tweet was a lot less popular than the tweet that I made that he retweeted. What about that? Maybe I should invite him on the stream. Hey, Corey, come hang out with me on my stream. We can talk about AWS costs. Do you guys know Corey Quinn? He's a funny guy. He loves to talk about AWS costs. The camera is a Sony something or other. It's a Sony A6400. Failed to perturb costs. Well, that's cool. What is this about? What is this about? What did I do? So I wonder if it's this other random. Let me get rid of this. So basically the way that the test works also is that, I've added this sort of session variable called testing optimizer random cost seed, which is it's actually part of the database in this branch that allows you to seed the random generator with a seed. It's kind of weird because it is in a build that like anybody could touch this thing, but you really shouldn't, right? It makes the optimizer create random plans. And I guess it's seeming like something is broken with that. And it's totally not helpful. It's actually just build a binary and see what it gives me if I run it myself. Null pointer exception, always exciting. The lens is oh man, I actually forget, but I think I have a post about it. Is there like a setup thing or like a specs thing? I forget. I thought I had a command for this. Maybe I don't. I do have a blog post about it for sure. What is the blog post called that I have about it? The blog post I have about it is here. You guys want to read that thing? There you go, camera. There you go. Thank you, chat. Chatter's helping out. Chatter's being helpful. I love that. I love that. Okay, so let's go ahead and try to just do this. Let's see what happens when we do it by hand. So if we run set testing optimizer random cost seed. Set testing optimizer random cost seed is equal to 0. I'm guessing this will just, no, it doesn't crash the database. It does nothing at all. Invalid memory. Oh, you know what it probably is? I bet I know what it is. Maybe it's this thing that I just changed. That would make logical sense, right? Like when we run the coster, probably it's this. Probably it's like when we go to actually look at the RNG, yeah, the RNG is not set. And why would that be? So it seems like we should always be, if C dot perturbation is, basically it's like I want this thing, if this perturbation argument is set to non-zero, this ran should also be set to non-zero, but it seems like that's not working out properly right now. Which is a little bit odd. Maybe do we reuse these costers? Perhaps this is the issue. Perhaps we just like reuse this coster thing over and over again, which would definitely be a problem. Thanks, JB Pratt, for the resub. I love that little rolling mammal. That's very cute. I guess it does seem like we reuse these things, I guess. Init initializes the optimizer with a new blank memo structure. So I think we do reuse these optimizer structures, which means that we'd better make sure that anytime we reinitialize a coster, we do in fact reset everything to 0. But it does sort of seem like we're doing that, right? It's like we're... Oh no, I guess we're not. So I guess what we have to do is say that we basically just have to say C dot perturbation is equal to perturbation, C dot seed is equal to seed. I think this will probably fix things, right? Because the idea, well, we don't have a C dot seed. But if we do this, then it's going to reset this guy. So if it even is 0, we're going to actually... But we do that down here. So what is going on with this? I don't quite get that, actually. Oh, I see the issue. It's that we literally don't... we're resetting the coster to not include the RNG. So we do need to actually say something like we have to say like var RNG rand util or rand. We set it like this, and then we can say RNG is equal to RNG. Okay, I think this will probably fix the problem because we're just basically overwriting the RNG every time with nothing. So let's rerun the test at this point. Hopefully that'll help. Hey, thanks for the sub, Beyond Twisted Meadows. Really appreciate that. Thank you. That is sweet. Welcome into the stream. Enjoy the couple emotes that we do have. And I think you get a special role in the Discord too, so you can show off to all your friends. You've got a cool role in a random guy's Discord. Okay, so we're generating random SQL. And who is ever asking about this random SQL, this is what it looks like. Basically, it's just these like heinous giant... Okay, let's pause this output for a second so we can actually look at it. Running SQL with blah, as select star from values, bunch of random numbers with as select from values, select blah, blah, blah. So basically it's just like, yeah, it's pretty random. Could be more random. One could say it could be more random, but I'd say it's pretty random. It kind of seems like the way that it works under the hood is that it's kind of like a big tree of possibilities of things that the generator could generate. And at any given point in the tree, it says, okay, am I gonna give back just a scalar value and kind of end the tree? Or am I gonna make a subquery and make it deeper or things like that? Am I gonna add more joins? One thing that's kind of interesting, I don't feel like we do a lot of join clauses. Like we could be doing a lot more. Seems like, for example, this one where we have like 2 join clauses joining these 2 tables together, but I don't really see queries with more than 1 or 2 joins, which is, you know, maybe unoptimal. I guess I'm not really sure how that part works, and I haven't really looked at it. Maybe we should take a look at that. Try to increase the bushiness of the joins. That could be interesting. It's not the bushiness, right? It's just the depth. So out of curiosity, just out of total curiosity, How do these things even work? So there's this thing called a smither. You click generate, you make a statement. There's a sampler. There's these samples. The samples are populated earlier. And the weights are given by these statement weights. And the statement weights are generated where? All statements, for example. Okay, so here are the different statements that you can add to the top level of the smither. You can have mutating ones, which are insert, delete, update, alter, begin, rollback, commit, backup, restore, export, import. Non-mutating statements, which are just select. So I guess we could dive deeper into make select, right? Go dev that's using Goland. I'm a big fan of Goland. So I know there's a lot of, the Primogen crowd loves Vim. I'm a Vim guy. Let me just tell you straight up, I do love Vim. Vim is always my editor of choice when given choice between something like, Vim Emacs, VS Code. I'm a Vim guy. But the truth is that the database is just so complicated and giant. It's like a huge project, just massive. And it's quite hard to, I haven't found the right way to configure Vim to be able to handle how big the project is. It's just very slow, to be honest, to do different things like jump between definitions or find usages or do refactorings or stuff like that. So that's where Goland is really strong, when it's a really big project that's really complicated. But anyway, that's just my opinion. VS Code is life. Go PLS will get there any day now. Yeah, any day now. Any day now, for sure. Anyway, so let's take a look at what happens in make select here. Output sort is a question. When would we be output sort? Output sort is true if output sort adds a top level order by on all columns. Okay, so this is sort of like a forcing thing. It's like you could force all the statements to have a sort, which I guess we're going to ignore because it's sort of an option that we haven't selected. So inside of select, we can make a with clause, which is kind of like a way to pull reusable variables or tables out from a bigger statement. There's a make select clause, make order by make limit. So let's take a look at make select clause deeper inside. Yeah, I think LSP in Vim is, I never really had a problem with it either with smaller Go projects. I think the issue is just that CockroachDB is a ridiculously large program, so it gets slow. But I don't know, maybe it's gotten better since last time I looked. I'm not really sure. So, okay, so let's see. So I see. So basically, this is like a D9. So this is like roll a dice if 1 out of 9 times make an ordered aggregate. An ordered aggregate is an ordered aggregate. It's like a group by on ordered columns. So it's actually similar to the case we were looking at before with max and min. If we have sometimes generate a select with no from clause. So if the D6 is not equal to 1, we do require a from. And if we don't require a from, then we do other stuff, I guess. Can recurse. Ooh, this is actually interesting. There's a complexity flag. I forgot about this. So this is actually kind of cool. So the way that this works is that we actually initialize the smither, which is this, random generator thing with a complexity. And the complexity gives you a likelihood of making the tree deeper. And I guess right now our complexity is always set to 0.2. And I'm wondering, maybe we should like beef up the complexity, just go hardcore, make really deep trees. I think let's do that. Just out of curiosity, that should be kind of fun. So the way that we can actually do this, we have this option set up where you can basically make some like anonymous functions that are applied to the structure of the smither. And so I think what we could do is make a little parameterized option that increases the complexity. So maybe we could say var set complexity is equal to, what is a simple option? A multi-option? Name apply. So we'll say disable impure funcs. Can I like parameterize these things or not really? Sort of confused about how any of this works actually. So when we use disable impure funcs, for example, okay, so you actually do run it. So that's good. Okay, so we can basically say set complexity is a simple option, but it actually does take a, so I guess it can't be a simple option. It's got to be a little custom jobby. So we could say, we can even make it just a normal func. So we'll say func set complexity. It's going to take a float 64 or a complexity float 64. And it's going to give back a smither option. And it's just going to say return option. And the name is going to be set complexity. Set complexity, which is likelihood of recursing, of making, basically it's likelihood of making a deeper random tree. The number of lines of code for CockroachDB, let's find out. This thing is like still running. So let's run slot count. Okay, now is the part where we don't leak our password by accident. Okay, so slot count. This might take a long time. I actually don't know. And wait. We actually need to do slot count package to avoid the vendor file, which is not our code. And we should also probably not include node modules. That's rude. I don't like it. Nothing should ever involve node modules. Yeah, that's probably true. But you know, it does. And JavaScript is actually good. It's important. CockroachDB, it has a really great user interface that you can use by going to its website. You can see all sorts of cool things about, you know, what the database is doing and stuff like that. So, oh my God. Okay, does slot count not know about Go? I think something is wrong with slot count. Who knows how to do a better slot count? Okay, find dot. How do you do this? File? Man find. Type? iname? So it's like find package name star.go. Does this work? Okay. xargs wc-l. So 662,000 lines of Go, I guess. Clock. Hey, thanks for the gift sub, Beyond Twisted, and wow, undefined behavior. What a lucky roll. Thank you for the gift sub. Can you convince my team to switch from Rails to Go? Don't worry about it, Bad for Beans. Okay, so anyway, so set complexity, likelihood of making a deeper random tree. And then the function, so apply, I think apply has to be a func that takes a smither. So it's gonna be a func that takes a smither. And it's just gonna say s dot, what's wrong with this right now? Let's have an extra bracket. It's just gonna say s dot complex. Is there something still wrong with this? S dot complexity is equal to complexity, something like this. What is wrong with my bracketing here? Something is clearly wrong. Extra parenthesis. Is that the issue? What am I missing? I feel dumb. Is it this? There we go. I just had, okay, cool. So set complexity. We'll say set complexity configures the Smither's complexity. In other words, the likelihood that at any given node, the Smither will recurse and create a deeper query tree. The default is 0.2. Okay, so why don't we go ahead and see what happens if we go and say that this Smither is going to have a increased complexity. Set complexity, let's set it to 0.5 instead of 0.2 and see what things are looking like, just out of curiosity. Okay, so let's just take a look at some of these queries. They do seem to be a bit more deep, right? I think the truth though is that like what we really wanted to understand was the join policy. How likely is it that we're going to do more joins? I was interested in that. Restrict so that we don't have a crazy amount of rows due to many joins. If len clause.from.tables is greater than or equal to 4, you quit. So maybe there's just a hard cap at 4 at random. This is the trouble with the randomized testing, is that like you do kind of paint yourself into these corners because it's just, you have to set limits somewhere. But then you get with these, what if there's an issue with a query only given 5 or more tables or something like that? So how does this work? Is there a little loop somewhere? Okay, for require from and the length is less than 1 and you can recurse. So this, I think it does actually kind of hook into this can recurse flag, which is good. If it's 0, we add a normal data source. Otherwise, we add a CTE reference. Huh. And it's just sort of 50-50 chance whether it's a normal data source or a CTE. All right, so once we get these from refs, then how do we sort of join them up? If we have more than 0 tables, then we have our order by refs. Don't really know how this works. It's seemingly complicated. Maybe make select list will give us joins. Seemingly not. Ruby just fell off so hard. Yeah, I do feel like it does feel like Ruby is not used quite as much anymore. I've noticed that as well. It's Go. Where do we do joins? Don't really understand that. Like a join expr somewhere? Non-mutating table exprs? Table expr waits? But where do we actually do this? That's what I don't quite understand. Make merge join, make equijoin, make schema table, make join expr. Where does this actually get used? Non-mutating table exprs. All table exprs. Table expr waits. And where do we actually use these guys? New weighted table expr sampler. And then when do we, aha. So we do it in make table expr. And this is used, I see. So this is actually used, hopefully by, aha, make select clause. Okay. So here, it's actually right here. Make a normal data source. This is actually where we decide to use a join or not. So at random, inside of the possibilities inside of this table expr sampler, which is set up by this table expr weights, which is set up either by mutating table exprs or non-mutating table exprs, which I don't totally understand. Presumably we ignore those ones. If we disable the mutations, we set them to non-mutating table exprs. Okay, so 40 times out of this number, we do merge join. 40 times we do equijoin. 20 times we do make schema table. 10 times we do an arbitrary make join expr. Wow. This is, I would say, pretty arbitrary. I would say it's pretty arbitrary. Jay, thank you so much for the 19 months. Holy cow. That is a lot of months. Really appreciate it. Welcome back. Your biggest bottleneck at scale is not Rails, but the database. It's probably true. That's why you got to choose that scalable database, if you know what I mean. There's lots of them. You got to choose a good one. So what should we do here? It's really hard. That's the thing with this random test generation. It's like really hard to know in which direction you should be exploring. I think of this random testing stuff like there's this giant dimensional space. You know, you guys, any math people in the chat, you know how like as you go into a higher and higher dimensional space, it becomes harder and harder to move. You ever heard of that? Because if you pick a random direction in a higher dimensional space, there's like more like stuff to go through basically. And if you have an infinite dimensional space, you really can't move at all because in any direction, you sum up all those dimensions and then all of a sudden that any incremental space is really an incremental times some infinity and you can't really move anywhere at all. So this is kind of a problem in this random testing too, because we have so many dimensions of randomness, like all of these different possibilities that we could be checking. And it's not really clear, like in what direction you should be throwing your little dart to try to find a random query. And so you end up with these like huge numbers of heuristics and randomness just to try to explore the space, but you're never really like, it's hard to know whether you're successfully exploring that space, you know? And this is a trouble. This is trouble. I think like in fuzz testing world, they have this exact same problem, but they have this really powerful technique called coverage directed fuzzing, right? With coverage directed fuzzing, it's actually super cool. What you do is you keep track of how many times each line of code was touched when you run a random input through your system under test. And then you keep track of that, you mutate the input a little bit, and then you try to see if you've moved around, if you've changed that coverage information with the mutation. And if you did get into a new space, then you like kind of weight that mutation as a higher, more important mutation and keep going down that path, keep mutating in that direction. And if you don't, you sort of ignore it. And so that's kind of a way to try to traverse the space. But with databases, like I was talking about this a little bit last week, there's some papers about this and it sort of seems that, oh, is it? It sort of seems that like, it sort of seems like the database is too complicated so that cost information, not the cost information, the coverage information is like, it's not like, it's sort of like lossy or it's like not, it's not like one-to-one. If you like make a little change in the input, you don't get a little change in the output. You might get a massive change in the output. And so I guess it's confusing and like coverage direction basically doesn't work that well in random query testing. And I think like, yeah, I don't know. There's a few ideas about that, right? It's like one thing you could do is consider adding less granular coverage information, like a coverage bit per optimizer rule or a coverage bit per execution operator or variant of an execution operator, and then kind of use that information as a way to guide the fuzzing. But we haven't done that. It seems like kind of a pain. No, we're on Windows with WSL2. Okay, so anyway, this thing, like, it might be good. It might be running forever. I don't know. I think what we're ready to do, though, is at least push this back up for a further code review. So let's go ahead and say, should we add this set complexity guy? Yeah, why not? We'll set this complexity to 0.3. So it's a little bit more than the default, maybe, just at random. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. So we're gonna say get diff. So we fixed this random number generator issue. We've added the set complexity. We're using the right RNG. We fixed the comment, and let's delete this log f, just because we don't really need it. So we're gonna amend our commit here and push back up, and then we can go and reply to this guy. I also added a set complexity method that allows setting the complexity, aka likelihood, to recurse to the smither to try to convince it to generate queries with more joins, and bumped up the complexity for this test to 0.3. Okay, so the next thing I want to do is look at adding this. So I kind of mentioned what this is doing under the hood. It's like changing the costs of the nodes in the query plan, right? So that the optimizer will just give you a query plan that seems like it's the least expensive, but really it's kind of random whether it's the least expensive or not. The next thing I want to do is there's kind of an additional thing that we've had kind of sitting around and not really used, which randomly disables certain exploration rules. So there's kind of two kinds of things going on in the optimizer. Oh wait, is it exploration rules or is it, what does it do? Hold on a minute. Let me take a look at how this thing actually works here. So there's this perturbation thing, which gets initted over here. And let's just disable optimizer rule probability. It disables transformation rules, right? So there's transformation rules and there's exploration rules in the optimizer. Transformation rules are things that always get executed. So they're kind of like reductions that are always sort of the right move. They always make things better. And that's a transformation rule. And exploration rules are things that may or may not, they're kind of alternatives to a way to generate a particular query result that may or may not be better. And that's the exploration rules get costed, and that's how we choose which one to go down, basically. But transformation rules are always applied. So the idea of this disable optimizer rule probability thing is that you could try to avoid running some simplifications and seeing if that generates other interesting plans. And hopefully we can use this probability as well and then try to find issues similarly to the way we're doing with the cost perturbation, just sort of a different part of the optimizer being exercised. So I kind of want to add that to this whole thing as well, which I guess we're doing here. Hey, thanks for the 1,000 bits, Lithium. Really appreciate that. How are you doing?
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the
JetBrains?
How are you gonna do that?
Oh my god.
By guessing.
It's JetBrains. My god and savior, JetBrains. JetBrains, thank you. Thank you for making such a great IDE. assuming that it's really you, the CEO of JetBrains. Well, we're big fans of JetBrains here on the stream, so you've come to the right place if you're looking for homies. Working on job interviews, side projects, fun, loving, go writing. That is awesome. Wow, I feel like I've been touched by an angel today, getting followed by JetBrains itself. That's pretty sweet. Alrighty. So I guess what we could do here. So the kind of strategy that we do here is not going to be quite enough because the cluster is not the thing that has the perturbation applied to it. It's actually something else, I guess, which is what? What are we doing here? This is inside of just the optimizer.init. So I guess what we could do here is we could basically do something similar where we say if eval context.testing knobs at disable rules with random probability. So let's take a look at how this works. Oh, there's essential rules and inessential rules. That's kind of interesting. Isn't it awesome to see Golan being used in such a well-known project? We love it. Well, we're big fans of you too, JetBrains. We should definitely hang out.
Relational databases don't scale because they use joins.
Oh,
Joins
my goodness.
and write to disk.
So much just happened. Lithium, thank you for gifting the tier 1 sub to JetBrains. And in response, JetBrains, thank you for gifting 10 tier 1 subs
Everybody
to
knows
random
that
people.
relational databases
That
don't
is
scale
awesome.
because
You are
they use
awesome. Thank you
joins.
so much. So we got Jackdaw, we got M. Lazowick, we got Mateus, we got Zoop Zoop, Iomel, Peak, somebody's name that I don't know how to pronounce.
Everybody
Otsuku,
knows
Flintstone,
that relational
Lieutenant Junior.
databases
My
don't
gosh.
scale because
Thank you
they
so
use
much.
joins,
Very, very cool stuff.
joins, and write to disk.
Oh, man. That's awesome. That is just awesome.
Everybody knows that relational databases don't scale because they use
So we take a probability.
joins,
And then, right, so this is basically the thing we have to change. Instead of using this rand, we've got to use a particular RNG. We've got to initialize the RNG earlier. So before we do this disable rules guy, I guess in this init thing, we should basically do something similar where we say if eval context dot session data
and write to disk.
dot local only dot testing optimizer random cost seed is not equal to 0, then we can say something like,
Everybody knows that
although,
relational
it's kind of
databases
interesting.
don't
We
scale
actually need to
because
pass
they
the
use
same
joins,
random number generator into both the coster and the optimizer to make this work out, because if they don't share, I feel like it would get weird, or the numbers would be correlated or something kind of messed up. So I think what we'll do is we'll actually create
Everybody
this
knows
random
that
number
relational
generator
databases don't
higher up
scale
before we
because
initialize the
they use
coster
joins,
or the optimizer.
joins, and write to disk.
And I guess we'll only do it if we have a non-zero seed.
Everybody knows that relational databases don't
And then
scale
we'll pass
because
in
they
this
use
whole long
joins,
thing. I guess we can.
joins,
So here's a cool JetBrains feature. Check it out. So if I have a big thing that I want to reuse, instead of having to kind of copy paste it by hand, I can hit the extract expression button. And then I can introduce a
Everybody
variable.
knows
So I
that
could call this
relational databases
seed
don't
and
scale
replace all the
because they
occurrences.
use joins,
And then look at that.
joins,
Look at that. Isn't that nice?
joins,
I think
and
that's pretty
write to
cool.
disk.
We will grab our seed. We're going to initialize our RNG.
Everybody knows that relational
We're going to pass our
databases
RNG in.
don't
Instead of
scale
passing in this seed,
because
we'll
they
actually
use
pass in
joins,
our RNG to the default
joins,
coster.
joins,
We'll do that both for disable
and write to
rules.
disk.
Well, I guess we actually have to do it. I guess we have to do like o.rng is equal to RNG, and we have to actually make an
Everybody knows
RNG
that
for
relational databases don't scale because they use joins,
the optimizer as well, right?
joins,
So
and write to
RNG
disk.
is used to randomly disable exploration rules, or rather, not exploration rules.
Databanks.
What is it called? Transformation rules? Randomly disable transformation rules for test scenarios, basically.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By
Um,
guessing.
Such a large open source project. So we don't actually, no, I don't have a free license, but I get one through my job. So I appreciate that. But, you know, yeah, I think, well, no comment on that. I think open source, according to JetBrains, really means non-commercial open source. So I think there's a couple of different categories for the licensing there. But I did look into it at one point. What's up, Nikon? How's it going? Okay, so we set our RNG and we pass it into our default coster. And we're gonna have to fix up this stuff. So we can actually say var RNG ran.rng, ran.rand, right? You feel like JetBrains is an imposter? No, I bet JetBrains actually has their own channel, right? I would have to guess. I think it's quite common that companies these days make their own Twitch channels because Twitch is just such a cool way to get out the word about your tools, right?
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow
30-second downtime of cockroach.
By guessing.
You should file an issue if you haven't already.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
Daniel Hart, a
Everybody
verified
knows that
homie.
relational
Thank you so much
databases don't
for
scale
the
because they use
sub.
joins,
Appreciate that.
joins, and write
Welcome
details.
into large data bank. What do you say if you give you a free license anyway and you can decide if you use it yourself or maybe you like to give it to one of your viewers? I say yes. I say that is a great idea. I love that. A verified live coder. Oh, nice. Well, if you haven't, I guess I've never watched your live coding stream, but that is awesome. I hope you guys all check out Daniel's stream. I'll have to give you a watch at some point. What kind of stuff do you usually do on your channel? Guess that a query was doing sort by rand. Ooh, that's an interesting one. I'm not sure if our order by rand thing really works particularly well. I'm not exactly sure. Right, so we're gonna pass in, instead of passing a seed, now we're gonna be passing an RNG. PHP Laravel and build a lot of bots for every platform. That is cool. That is very nifty. So here we can just pass in our RNG. We don't have to mess with this stuff anymore. And we can just say if RNG is not equal to nil anymore. And I guess we can just say, yeah, I think this is, I guess we can switch this to be something a little bit simpler. If perturbation is equal to 0 and RNG is not equal to nil, we can go like this. I think this will make that code a bit simpler. And then here we need to pass in nil for our RNG instead of a seed. What temperature is my house set at? That's a good question. I bet it's about, I used to have this little thermometer thing, but it ran out of batteries. I bet it's probably like 68 or something. I don't know, it fluctuates. Metal Matza, what's up? We are working on randomized testing stuff and hanging out, basically. Wow, a hype train, the scam train. Thank you guys for starting a scam train. That is just pretty cool. Yeah, so we pass in this RNG. It's the same RNG for the coster and for the optimizer. So we actually need to, we do that. We pass it over here. Cool. So then the next thing that I guess we have to do here is say, if this thing is, I guess what we'll say is, well, let's capture this guy. So disable rule probability. probability. And instead of just disabling it all the time, I think what we'll do is we'll say if o.rng is not equal to nil and disable rule probability is equal to nil or 0, we're just going to set this to... so what do we set this to exactly? Do we ever set this in other places? And what do people usually set it to? Disable opt rule probability. Disable transformation rules in the cost-based optimizer with a given probability. Okay. So I guess, should we set it to like 0.25 or something? I guess I don't really know what a good value would be. I guess in this case, it's basically like we have a randomly seeded, a random user set random seed for optimizer cost perturbation. So set the disable rule probability to some non-zero value as well. We'll just try 0.5, I guess. 0.3, I don't know. Do you like testing in Go? The most polarizing issue? Yeah, I like testing in Go for sure. I guess you're thinking of like table-driven tests and like missing asserts and stuff like that. I don't know. I guess like people tend to be kind of a little bit zealoty about some of that stuff. I don't know. I feel like for me, it's like there's some nice things with assert and you can kind of use them and it's nice. I have no problem with using assert libraries. And I like table-driven tests as well. Can you use Go for REST APIs? Yeah, definitely. Generics is the most. Yeah, it's kind of. What does everybody think about the Go generic stuff? I still haven't really played around with it. I'm sort of waiting, I guess, until Go 118 comes out for realsies. But I'm curious. Have people poked around at it yet? What's up, Doug the Coder? Okay, so basically at this point, oh yeah, and we also need to actually use the RNG, which is a mistake we did last time. So we'll do something like this. We make a random float if it's less than the probability and the particular rule we're thinking about disabling is not contained within these essential rules. Then we add them to the list of disabled rules, and then we have something called notify unmatched rule. If disabled rules contains a particular rule, then you just quit. You return false. Notify unmatched rules sets a callback function which is invoked each time an optimization rule has been matched by the optimizer. If match rule is nil, then no notifications are sent and all rules are applied by default, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, let's just go ahead and see if this actually even works. We'll just run this test and see what happens. What's up, M. Vargas? Doing good. How are you? Very few occasions it'll be helpful, but obviously people will overuse it for no reason. Okay. That's a valid opinion. Definitely valid. You did socket programming in Go for an ARM5 IoT device because the cross compilation worked fabulously. That is cool. I think we need like a show logs, or maybe it's just since we deleted the log that prints out the SQL, we can't actually see what it's doing. So this is good. I mean, it's definitely encountered internal error. Null rejection requested on non-null column. Well, it seems interesting. Seems like a good thing, right? Melky Dev, what's up? What Go ORM do you recommend? I think people are really into Ent these days. Have you tried out Ent? I think for me personally, I tend to be a little bit, I guess it's, I have a bias because I work on SQL all the time. And so I like SQL as a language. So I like to say, you don't need to use an ORM. But if I had to pick one, I think people are really into Ent. Quick check would be a nice testing philosophy that's not a lot used in Go. Yeah, so property-based testing. We do actually have a property-based testing framework that we use in Cockroach. called like Gopter. So there's something. Have you ever heard of this Gopter thing? Gopter. Golang property tester. Gopter tries to bring the goodness of Scala check and quick check to Go. I would say it's like, you know, it's okay. I think like property-based testing is interesting because people make a big deal out of like, oh, well, if you're doing quick check, then that's like the thing to be doing. But really like property-based testing is just like a way of generating random tests and like kind of it, right? It's like just another name for randomized testing, basically. I guess it also has a shrink thing, which is like sort of good, but most people don't really implement that nicely anyway. So I don't exactly know. We definitely use a lot of types of things like property-based testing in Cockroach and metamorphic testing as well. I was talking a bit about that before, but metamorphic testing, my gosh, it's like the most important, best testing technique ever. And the idea is you try to find things that are like batch sizes is the perfect example of metamorphic testing that I like to repeat over and over again. You can change a batch size in algorithms without changing the desired output of the algorithm. So you make a property-based test kind of thing, random test, and an output that you know has to be the same as the input, right? Like figure out a way of getting an output for an input and vary a metamorphic variable and make sure that the results are still as you expect. That's a super, super powerful thing, especially for something that is as complicated as a database that has a lot of tuning, flags, and different parameters that can be changed without affecting the output. So I'm very, very much into metamorphic testing, and I feel like people should be using it more. Any advice on SQL injection if you're not using an RM? Yeah, if you use query parameters, or what are they called? Query parameters. You know, where you put like $1, $2 in your query, and you send the parameters to the database instead of doing string interpolation yourself. That's the way to avoid SQL injection. That's like the standard way that everybody uses to get around that. So that basically asks the database to make sure that you're not getting SQL injected. That's my advice there. What's up, Isaiah? Books do you recommend for people who want to get into DB programming? I've got just the command for you, my friend. Got a couple of ideas for you there.
Database.
Okay. So this thing is kind of chugging along, and it's good that it hasn't failed. It's a little boring. But you know what's interesting is that it does keep generating a couple of these issues. So I'm wondering, maybe what we should add here is a way of quitting as soon as we get one of these internal errors, because that's not a failure characteristic of, it's not a failure condition of this test right now. Right now, the test only fails if it finds missing or like incorrect comparison results, which is a much worse problem. It's really not so bad if like a really complicated query gets an assertion error. At least that way it's something that is like clear and it's like, oh, something went wrong. Like a user can know that something is broken and they can talk to us about it basically. So it's not really, it's like a problem, but it's not like the end of the world problem. But the fact that it's turning up so many of these problems is actually, it's a very good thing because it means that this is a fruitful testing technique. So I think what I want to do is extend my little test harness to print out, to like fail if that happens. So when it gets an internal assertion error, I want it to print out how it made that error and quit basically. So we're gonna make that happen next. So it should be pretty simple. I think all we have to do is say, so right now we just ignore errors, which I guess is probably the issue. What Go books do you like and recommend? I have this, but that's not really, I don't really know. To be totally honest, I haven't even read this. I've never read a book on Go in my life. So people say that this thing is good, but I've never read it. So I don't know. Does anybody who has good Go book recommendations? Go by example, go pl.io is good. Go by example. Is that a book? Go by example. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Eli Bendersky. This guy is elite, man. He has a great blog. Big fan of Eli Bendersky. So I think what I want to do here is we need to figure out, instead of just ignoring errors, we should really figure out if there's any assertion errors. And how are we going to do that? Basically, what does this error look like with an assertion error? Normally, like, these errors are structured, but I'm not sure if the ones that actually come out of the... First of all, why don't we just fail if we get an error? Let's just see what happens if we do that. So t dot fatal f error. Let's basically just error while running perturbed query. Print out the query like this and just quit. Let's just see basically what happens at this point. Oh, this is also broken. Defer is called in a for loop. You never want to see that happening, do you? Oh man, this is so bad actually. I think what we need to do is, instead of doing this as a defer, when this thing is done, is it finished consuming the thing? I think so. I think this consumes the whole guy. So why don't we just say rows2.close like this? And we can ignore the error. Just doesn't really matter. Okay, so let's go ahead and rerun the test at this point. Customize a comment with a single word, hop. That's Nikon, that's so on brand for you. I don't even know what to say. I will attempt to do that. Internal error, expected D-string found D null. Wow, that was really fast. I'm slightly afraid that this is like, it's a good thing or a bad thing. I'm not quite sure. I think it's a good thing, but it's a little scary. Run the query with cost. Okay, how can we work hop into this entire thing? I'm gonna noodle on this. A classic problem with this particular reward is that it's hard to figure out where it should fit. And I'll always say something like, I'm gonna noodle on this and then won't come back to it. So just like kind of keep reminding me of this if I don't. Because I feel like there's a lot of good places where you can put hop into a comment actually. It's just they're not right here. Okay, this is gonna be a little bit fake, but we're gonna do it. We're just gonna do it. We're gonna make it happen. If we've been initialized with a random seed, but not an explicit perturbation value, use the max perturbation. And we'll allow the cluster to hop directly into its random costing mode. Okay, you know, it's not the best comment, but I think we're just gonna go for it, and I bet nobody will say anything. How about that? Katso, forgive me with hop. I reserve the right to ignore any sus comments, so you should pick your comments wisely. Okay, so now that this is actually good, right? We immediately were able to generate a problematic statement. So I think what we need to do now, we have this huge amount of output down here that's supposed to get printed when we find an issue. So I think what we should do is make this into a little function, and then actually invoke it in both cases. Like even if we find an internal error, we can invoke it. And if we get mismatched output, we can also invoke it. Although it's actually gonna be a little different. Let's just construct it ourselves. So error while running perturbed query. I think we have to print out the query. I think we just basically print out the query. We can use a backtick string to make it easier. And then we can put the SQL, which is just our statement. Okay, let's try again here. Y'all, I'm gonna be right back. Give me 2 minutes. Use a quick bathroom break.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
I'm back. I'm back. Okay, so what did we get here? We said error while running perturbed query, parse interval, could not parse blah. Okay, well this is not interesting at all. I actually only want the assertion error. So I wonder if there's a way for me to filter out things like this, which can happen if you, I don't know, if you give a random string to a function that doesn't take any old string, which I guess is what's happening here. This is parse interval is expecting only things that can parse as intervals, and we've given it something random. So I feel like I need to further filter these errors to, this is looking good. And we want to see something that says encountered internal error. So I guess we can filter basically on that. We'll say if error, I guess it's like if strings dot contains. Should I not use strings dot contains? I'm not really sure. Like, I feel like this is actually probably a structured error, and I just don't really know how to parse it. So why don't we just print out actually also the type of the error at least, so then I can know how to deconstruct it. Let's just try this one more time. I think it's like a P-SQL error or something. I just forget. Cockroach TV is underage. Yeah, so the backstory behind that one was basically that we changed our Twitter account to be a quote unquote professional Twitter account, which I don't think really does anything. But I think in order to do that, you have to like set your age. And the person who was doing it just set, the account's age to be the age of the company, because we thought that would be like a reasonable thing to do. But it turns out that they think it's like a human age, even though it's a professional account. So it like insta-bans you if you set your age to be less than 13. So that's kind of what happened. It was pretty silly. Yeah. But these things happen. It's no big deal. So it's a pq.error. A pq.error. So let's go ahead and unwrap that thing. We'll say p error is equal to error dot error, or what is it? pq.error, pq.error. And then we're gonna say p error dot, we can get a bunch of stuff. So basically we're going to say if p_error.code is not equal to, and then we can get just the error codes that we care about. And the error codes that we care about in this case, I think is like, what is it again? Internal error. No. PG code. Where does this stuff live? Maybe in here somewhere? PG code. Okay, it's like one of these guys. Is there an internal here somewhere? This giant file? XX000. Okay, we're gonna look for X. We're gonna look for things that start with XX. How about? So if we're gonna say strings dot has prefix p_error.code XX, or if it doesn't have this prefix, and this is not working for some reason, an error code is, I thought this just was a string. It is a string. So I can just stringify it, huh? We'll just leave. So we'll actually, why don't we do, we'll say if p_error is equal to error dot, this is actually unnecessary. This will fail if it's not a PQ error, but I think it is always a PQ error. So I think it's probably fine. All right, so let's go ahead and try this on for size. Okay, so the issue here, internal error while running perturbed query. Blah is a, but this is also uninteresting. Shoot. Is a partial index does not contain all the rows. I feel like we just need to improve the error code for this instead of, yeah. That does not contain all the rows. Let's go ahead and see where this comes up. Exec builder. Yeah, these should not be internal errors is the thing. And so how does this, at a certain point, somebody has to actually convert this into a error that gets returned, right? I wonder if what would happen if I just return a better error code down in there? Is that going to be a good thing or a bad thing? I think, yeah, definitely important to emphasize that although this is open source in the sense that the code is on GitHub, it's not that I'm not, yeah, there is a company behind this. I just want to be clear about that. I am being paid to work on this software. Just don't want to lie about that particular point, right? Let me, alrighty, so what am I doing? What am I doing? What the heck am I doing? Oh, right, this partial index does not contain all the rows, blah, blah, blah. So let's take a look at this. I think what we need to do is instead of just returning a format.errorf, we need to say something like error is equal to pg error.new, and we can pass in something like, yeah. So that one thing that's kind of funny about Postgres, right? CockroachDB, it sort of implements the Postgres wire protocol and a lot of its API. And one thing that's kind of funny about the Postgres API is that it has a huge number of like specialized error codes that can be used in different situations. And we try to what's the word? We basically try to mimic these codes because we assume that maybe, just maybe, there's tools out there that actually expect to get the right codes for the right situations. The truth is that I don't think that most tools care about these error codes. So I think a lot of it is just sort of like we're just trying to be good citizens. But the truth is that I think a lot of the time it's sort of unnecessary and kind of, you just make a guess at sort of the right error and like maybe that'll do something for somebody one day, but probably won't. Anyway, like the particular situation that we're in right here is that you actually get this error if you try to explicitly specify the index to use for a particular query. So I think the way that that's happening here is you see where it says left join, default DB, public table 5 call 50 IDX. When you put this at syntax, this is called an index hint. And it's saying, hey, database, please use this particular index. But the thing is that sometimes indexes can't be used for particular queries, like a partial index. In SQL, a partial index is where you say, please index this column if a particular filter condition holds. So you can do that with like, let me make a quick demo. So if I create table A in primary key, B end, I think what I can say is create index on A of B where B is greater than 100. So show create table A gives me back this. So ABIDX it actually has a where clause on it. And you're like, what the heck is that about? And basically it means that if I say select star from B where, let's use explain to show how this works. If I say explain select star from B where B is equal to 105, or select star from A where B is equal to 105. You can see what it does is it uses this partial index, ABIDX, to select just the little data, just the span of data that it needs. So from between 105 and 105. Or I could say where B is greater than 105 and B is less than 110. You're going to see this is a span of data that just contains the rows 106 through 109, basically. But since it's a partial index, if I said the same thing, except set B is equal to 50, what I get is a different looking plan. I get a scan with a filter, which is not efficient, right? Because we have to actually scan all the data in the table. The reason for that is that I've said only index the data that's greater than 100. Like this is sort of a contrived case. It's very common though that you want to do this for things like, you know, only index the active users or something like that. So you can make a partial index. You don't even have to make a partial index on the column that you're indexing. You could say, you know, index all of the data on, you know, B where is active is equal to true. If I had another is active flag or another is active column in this table. So that's a very powerful technique, partial indexes. Anyway, the point is though, if I tried to hint the database, hey, please use this index, but this filter clause is not specified in my query, then it will say, hey, I can't use that index. And that's what this error is about. So what kind of error is this though, right? It's like, is it a data type mismatch? Is it an what exactly is it? We can make something up here. How does CockroachDB handle its tuples? What do you mean by that exactly? So tuple can mean a lot of different things in the database context. There's a data type, there's tuple data types, but also a lot of the times in database land, you call a row a tuple. So I'm wondering if that's what you mean, or a data type, a tuple data type. So we're going to say like, maybe this is I don't know. It's like a hint. There's no hint thing in here, right? What could it be? No data? Warning? It's not a warning. It's more like I can't do it. There's like a prerequisite state thing. Object not in prerequisite state. We could maybe use one of those. Does that make any sense? Wrong object type? Maybe it's a wrong object type. I kind of like that because you can't or cannot coerce. That's kind of an interesting one, but that's about types. I think we're going to use wrong object type and just for fun. Wrong object type. And then the message is this guy. I think if we use new F, we can get interpolation. So that's going to be a bit of an improvement here. Is it like in Postgres, row is equal to tuple? Yeah. So, I mean, tuple is just kind of, it's just a word. But if you're asking how it's stored in the backend, we sort of store, there's kind of a neat thing that you can do in Cockroach, which is we have this thing called KV tracing. So if I say set auto trace equals on KV, then I say insert into A values 1, 2. And then I can say select star from A where A is equal to 1. So what this does it actually shows you what exactly the key is, sort of, that is getting written. And you can basically, the way it works is that every row is split up into n key values, where n is equal to the number of column families that is defined on the table. By default, in the table, there's just a single column family. So all of the data for a particular row goes into a single KV underneath in the sort of key value part of the system. So Cockroach is sort of split up into two main layers. There's like a SQL language layer and then a KV store underneath that is used to store the data. So by default, everything goes into a single KV per row. And so when we actually do the scan, we're looking up, hey, what's the value at this key? We search, we send a get, and then we get back. This is actually the data inside of the KV, and that's what we return to the client in SQL. So that's the basics of how it works. I've done a bunch of streams on this. Actually, all my streams are archived on YouTube. So if you really want to go searching around, I've talked about this quite a lot. You can learn about it. There's also do I have something called encoding? No, I don't. Let me make a encoding.md cockroachdb. There's kind of this really nice file here. Commands add encoding. CockroachDB. CockroachDB's data encoding is CockroachDB. I don't know. What do I say? It uses a KV. What do I even say? Uses an encoding scheme. CockroachDB's method. Oh my God, I'm having the hardest time finding the right tense for this command. This document contains information about how data is encoded into KVs in CockroachDB SQL. How about that? Okay, that was brutal. Man, sometimes it's just hard to figure out what to say in a sentence. Okay, so we're gonna do the same thing for all of these errors, I think. So basically, we just need to copy and paste this guy. Okay, great. So let's go ahead and try again. Oops. Of course, as soon as I do this, well, this is an exciting looking one. This looks completely terrible. This is good stuff. It's definitely, we're stressing the system in a weird way. Stack Overflow, isn't that exciting? So just by disabling these rules, we get some really crazy outputs. Unfortunately, this is not something that we can easily deal with because didn't actually spit out anything before it crashed. Let's try this again. Hopefully we'll get something that is allows us to print out what actually happened before just exploding everywhere. Okay, this is maybe more interesting. So here we have unknown byte order. That's also really boring though. Okay, this is just another thing where we've got to improve the error code, I think. So STM poly. So we have all of these like geospatial functions that we just delegate to C basically. And I wonder if there's an issue translating errors from those guys. So STM poly from WKB. This is, this is tending to happen with randomized testing though, I would say. It's like, you have to work through a bunch of irritating problems. And where is this coming from? I'm guessing it's coming from this. Really, we need to be, Yeah, we need to be producing errors with PG codes here. We can't just be producing raw errors. That's a key tenet of how all of this stuff works, for sure. So for example, this one, presumably, man, there's definitely a lot of errors to mess with here. Maybe we won't do this right now, but yeah, for example, this needs to have a PG code. You know, I think maybe what I should do is just go ahead and say, I'll make a new issue for this. This is probably a good way to track what's going on here. So I'll make a new issue. We're gonna say something like geo built-ins. Geo built-ins should return errors with PG error codes. Currently, let's make an example actually. So for example, let's go ahead and run this in the shell to see what it prints out. So we're gonna run cdemo. We're just gonna run select stmpoly from WKB with this random byte string. What we get is unknown byte order, whatever, right? And this is an error. But really the issue is that, can I say, actually, I guess I'm unable to print out the verbose error code for this, which is a little annoying. But anyway, let's just give this as an example. Currently, many of the errors returned from the geospatial built-ins don't have associated error codes, which means that they're returned to the client as internal errors. For example, this is merely a parsing syntax error. It's actually curious what Postgres does in this particular case. Let's see what PG cuddle main start, not leak the password.
The computer's hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
So basically, if we run psql and then we run this guy,
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you gonna do that?
get rid of
By
this.
guessing.
Just get rid of this altogether. How do we? Oh right, I don't have this stuff installed into my. Whatever. It doesn't really matter. The point is that we can figure this out. This is merely a parsing error and shouldn't be returned as an internal assertion error. So we'll make this a geography built-ins, geometry. It's probably both of them. It's probably all three of these, honestly. And we'll add it to spatial project. Okay. That being said, let's just keep running this until we get something useful. Maybe hopefully it'll actually give us something useful. And worst comes to worst, instead of just parsing the code, I can also search for assertion in the actual error message output, which I think will help. I actually use Goland, which is the JetBrains Go IDE. So this is, I think, a good one, probably. Interface conversion, tree.datum is tree.dnull, not tree.dinterval. Let's see if we can actually reproduce this, which would be very valuable for everybody. So let's jump up to where, so that basically there's another small problem with this test, which is that it creates a bunch of setup stuff, like a bunch of create table statements, basically, and then a bunch of inserts. And then it doesn't give me a log of what it did. Although, actually, wait, didn't I add that last time? Did I add that last time? Let's find out. Would be a waste not using Vim keybinds with your keyboard. All about those Vim key bindings, for sure. So let's get rid of this, by the way, while we're here. Right. So we've got this os.write file, but we only do it, I see, we only do it in this particular case. So I think what we need to actually do is grab this whole thing. And, you know, we might as well just do this on every run. There's no strong reason why we don't just do this for every run. Not even the ones just that, well, I wonder if there's a way in Go to say, is there like a failure hook? Probably not. It's kind of too bad. Like on fail, print out this test setup log. That would really be what I want. I'll just basically... So when you do t.fatal, does it actually let your function exit? Like, how does it really work? It marks the function as failed and stops its execution by calling runtime.goexit. Okay. But it does run all deferred calls in the current Go routine. Is there a way to check whether a test has failed? T.failed. There is. Okay, great. So what I can do is up top, I can say defer func. And I can basically say, if the test failed, then print out this failure log. That's kind of elegant-ish. If t.failed, if the test failed, print out the log of create table statements and mutations. So the so reproductions can be created. It's actually an iris. An iris keyboard. Okay, so let's go ahead and try again. Undefined log file. Oh yeah, that's true. So hold on, let's actually just go ahead and you can just pull this up here. All right, so what are we looking like now? Internal error, interface conversion, blah, blah, blah. So this is good. This is looking like a nice repro. Let's go ahead and see if we can actually get this to reproduce now. So if I look in my test log area, I should hopefully see setup.log. Great. So this is the log of SQL that was executed. And so I think what I can probably do is say, so I think if I run cdemo, and I think there's a way to actually pipe in a list of crap, right? Execute commands from the given file. Okay, that's great. So let's try this again. We're gonna run our demo. We're gonna say \i, was it? \i. Okay, so it ran a bunch of crap. A bunch of them failed, but I don't think it really matters. And then we can actually run our test, which hopefully will do something good. Something went wrong. So did I not, maybe I didn't get the full SQL statement that was run? Why doesn't that work? I don't understand. It seems like it doesn't print out the entire thing or something like that. You ended up getting the Moonlander, and it's a great keyboard, but expensive. I hear people like it. That's awesome. So I'm confused. Let's go something like this to make sure we're not having any cutoff output. Oh, maybe my buffer was wiped or something like that. I guess I'll probably have to do this one more time. That's fine. So far, it hasn't been particularly hard to generate these issues. We'll just restart. We'll try one more time. Okay, so this problem is what? Could not decorrelate subquery. That's it. Is that interesting? I'm gonna try one more because maybe disabling the rules doesn't allow it to do that or something like that. Configurability of layers using their editor. Yeah, that's definitely very, very cool stuff. There's a thing that I've been using. I used to just use the raw QMK configurator or whatever for my keyboard, but they have some thing now that forget the name of it, but it's sort of a graphical configurator like you get on some of the other keyboards for any of the QMK keyboards, which is pretty cool. Yeah, VIA, exactly. VIA. So VIA is pretty neat. So let's go ahead and say ls this guy. There should be setup.log. So we're gonna run cdemo. We're gonna copy all of this stuff before we forget. We're gonna run /i temp log test cost fuzzer 906741628 setup.log. Cool. Then we're going to paste our query. Huh. So it actually works. But then the question is, oh, did I forget to print out? Okay, there's one more thing, one more ingredient here, which is that we actually need to set our random cost seed, and we're not even printing that out, are we? No, we're not. Okay, that's one more little ingredient. One more little ingredient here.
Database.
We need to print out our testing optimizer random cost seed. So why don't we say repro SQL? Oh, I have an idea. Why don't we say repro SQL? We're going to print out exactly what you need to paste into your demo. Paste into cockroach demo. So we're gonna actually just make it completely seamless to make these things repro. So we're gonna /i. We're gonna print out our path, and then we're gonna print out set testing optimizer random cost seed equals blah. Then we're gonna print out our SQL right here, and then a semicolon at the end, and get rid of this. And hopefully this will make it very, very easy to reproduce these things. So first we print the error, then we're gonna print out our seed, which is I guess oh wait, no, not our seed. We're gonna first print our path to this thing, log file, I guess. We're gonna print our seed, and we're gonna print our statement. Okay, hopefully this is gonna be boss. I'm excited about this. I think it's time for our blinking lights. You guys ready for the blinking lights? Subtle blinking light background. All right, so let's see here. Same looking thing. So here's our repro SQL. So let's just grab all of this stuff and paste it and see what happens. Okay, it didn't work for some reason. But why? I guess this /i thing needs to be pasted separately or something. That's annoying. Okay, that's fine though. We'll just copy and paste this one separately. How come it doesn't, weird. I guess it can't have spaces up front. And then I need to actually go back and grab the rest of it. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, we'll need to improve the ergonomics of this guy a little bit somehow. Huh. Okay, so this is a different issue though. So this is a problem with the random cost seed thing, I think. So let's go to coster.go 571. Oh, I need to recompile. That's the issue now. All right, we're getting there. We're getting there. It's taking some time, but we're definitely getting there. Don't panic. Probably nobody's panicking but me, but still, don't be panicking. Okay. So what are we doing? We're going back. We're going back. We're going to our repro. So maybe if I actually paste it in, but I don't put any spaces up front, it'll actually just work seamlessly. Wouldn't that be nice? Like this. Carefully, without any spaces up front. That did work. Okay, cool. So it's just about that. Yay! Okay, this is sweet. This is so sweet. You guys, we're killing it. And what do we get? We're getting tree.datum is tree.dnull, not tree.djson. Is this really boring though? I feel like this is really just saying that like we probably didn't. It's probably some like folding rule that like maybe should be marked in that like essential set or whatever it was. Disable rules. And probably if we just didn't disable the folding rule, we wouldn't get this error. So just don't know if that's all that exciting,
Computers hooked into over
unfortunately.
1,000 data banks throughout the world.
You know, what'd be cool is if we, let's try this again. Let's turn on log to standard error. So then we can see which rules get disabled. And then maybe we'll be able to figure out what is actually going wrong here. What's up, Mr. Ether? Go developers. Yeah. We need more Go developers on Twitch. That's my opinion. Okay, now of course it doesn't repro. Why is that though? Okay, we're gonna start over. We're gonna make a new test case. Something weird happened. Let's just make a new test case here. Okay, so in this case, we have a similar problem. I'm maybe a little bit bored by these expected but found ones. It's maybe just not that exciting, but just for the purposes of continuation, let's just keep going with this. Yeah, see, it's always in this fold function. I'm just not sure how much this matters. Okay, wait, and we didn't turn on our logging. We need to turn on logging. Log to standard error. Then we're gonna paste again.
Bank's too big. I have to narrow down the
We lost the
search.
paste buffer,
Are
so
you
we
gonna
go
do
back.
that by guessing.
This pasting thing, it's not really the greatest. It's a little bit less ergonomic than it should be. Maybe only by a little bit, but still, that little bit is definitely really bothering me right now. Okay, so let's see. Did we trigger any disable rule matched fold null binary right? Okay, so I guess this internal error is just not so interesting because basically what it means is that we've disabled the rule called fold null binary right. And then when we go to do something, we did not in fact find a folded null or something. So this is maybe just not that exciting. Maybe what we should do is maybe we should just add int opt dot disable, wait, what is it called? Fold null binary right. What if we just disabled the disabling of this one? Fold null binary right. What if we just turn this off? Both of these. Let's just turn both of these off. Or it's really turning them on. And let's try again to make another test. PC, so I really thought I had a command called specs or something. Or is it PC maybe? There you go. Okay, bad data size when unmarshalling. That is yet another uninteresting one. But we should probably fix it. So bad data size when unmarshalling. Let's go ahead and search ULID to UUID. ULID to UUID. Does CockroachDB use Macs for development? Yes, the company does provide, I think the most common way to develop CockroachDB for people who work at CockroachDB is to use a Mac. So ulid.parse, and I guess the point is that if we get an error here, we're returning an internal error that shouldn't be internal at all. Now we're getting a null rejection requested in non-null column. Maybe this one's more interesting. Go ahead and file an issue on this ulid thing while I'm here. Built-ins. ULID to UUID shouldn't return internal errors when given non-ULIDs. Currently, the ULID to UUID built-in passes raw parsing errors back to the user, which get turned into internal errors. These should be parsing errors of some sort. Be returned with parsing error codes of some sort. By the way, these are, so we have this thing in Cockroach called Good First Issue, which we try to use for good starter issues for people who are interested in contributing to a big open source project like CockroachDB. So if you get the urge, take a look at these Good First Issues on the database, and you could send a PR and one of us will review it. It's a good way to, get some experience doing open source stuff, maybe play around with the database a little bit if you're interested in that. We try to keep those up to date. You did one? Oh, that's awesome. That is very cool. I did not know. So null rejection requested on non-null column. What is that about? I have no idea. It probably is something that is just about a rule that's matching that shouldn't be matched, to be honest. So again, I just don't know how much we need to care about this.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down the search. How are you going to do that? By guessing.
I'm going to ignore it for now. 3 years ago? Oh, cool. Long time contributor then, huh? That's awesome. Definitely the project's come a long way in the last 3 years. That is for sure. Pow, exponent out of range. So I guess this is sort of the problem with this sort of testing, is that it can be a little bit silly. These errors are not interesting. This is another null rejection requested on non-null column 1. I wonder if there's just sort of like a, I don't know what that is. Null rejection requested. Null rejection requested. It's definitely something that can't really happen, right? Because if we have these normalization rules to send to delete them, basically. Bulk IO. Socially acceptable way of sending please don't send me PRs. Isn't there a way to disable PRs on a GitHub project? So we just get a lot of these. Null rejection requested. Bulk IO is what we call the part of the system that does backup, restore, and import, and sort of things that are like bulk IO operations, so to speak. That's what we call it. Unknown proto message type. These are very boring. Back in 2018. Nice, a 4-line change. That's cool though. That goes right on your resume. That's good stuff. I contributed to a distributed SQL database. This is a nice long run, doing all sorts of stuff. It's exciting. But in the end, we just get another one of these ones. Well, this is actually interesting because, oh, maybe it's just fold null comparison left. Maybe we just have to add, maybe we have to add fold, all of the fold nulls maybe have to go into the list of things. So let's just add this fold null comparison. Right and left. Let's randomly disable the disabling of these ones to see if that improves the situation. Does it use ZSTD for compression? I don't think so. I think it uses Snappy. People have asked about ZSTD before, and as far as I know, we haven't really investigated it, although people say it's good, so we probably should investigate it. I think we use Snappy. Was Snappy kind of like deprecated in favor of ZSTD, at least in the industry? I'm not really sure. Yeah, these are all very boring. I wonder if there's a way I can filter them besides just doing the hard work of going and fixing all these internal errors. Probably not. I really wish I could get some of those Stack Overflow ones. Those were definitely more interesting than whatever this stuff is. Okay, this is a good one. Factory constructor call stack exceeded max depth. Although again, it's like once you disable these rules, is it even interesting? I don't know. I'm having a crisis of faith here. It's like we added this random rule disabler, and what it does is it disables rules, and then sometimes when you disable rules, a weird thing happens. But like, maybe that's okay because these rules always get run. Why don't let me write this one up and then see if anybody cares. My guess is that nobody's going to care. But just out of curiosity. Let's see what people think. Because really, this is about a collaboration, right? We're trying to figure out if this is a useful technique at all. That's one question. So we'll make an issue and see what people think of it. We're just going crazy making issues today, guys. That's the name of the game. So SQL, we'll say internal error, optimizer, factory, constructor, call stack, exceeded max. So we're gonna say part of 76093. Working on 76903. A run produced the following output, trimmed a bit. The mutation log is attached as a file. This error is produced with an optimizer and coster that's fixed to the input seed, and that disables has a
Databanks.
So basically, I want to say, like, I think that this is probably not so interesting because perhaps prune ag calls not running just produces a giant stack trace, produces an unoptimizable query, but I wasn't sure. I'm filing this for discussion. So let me attach the file here. So yeah, how am I going to attach this file here? It's in temp. Let's copy this. Just going to do this off stream so I don't leak any files on my computer or anything like that. Not that I think I would, but just to make sure. Just to make sure. Setup.log. All right. Seven 76093. Better safe than sorry. Not a compression expert, just familiar with it. That's cool. Yeah, I think it's definitely something that we should probably take a look at some point. Snappy, ZSTD. Though, do we use ZSTD? CSTD. CSTD is vendored, but my guess is that we don't actually use it. Although, wait, maybe we do. It seems to be in Pebble. So Pebble's the name of our storage engine. Now I'm curious. ZSTD. So if I go into Pebble, which I don't have checked out, I guess. Git clone, git at github.com, cockroachdb, Pebble. RGZSTD. Okay, and we don't care about... How do I exclude a folder or a directory in RG? Anybody know how to do that? I guess I can just... So we have it in SS table compression options, it seems like. ZSCD compression block type. Okay. But I'm guessing we probably, well. This is a rabbit hole, but I want to know. I want to know. Decompress into, okay. But this is like, we need to find the like compress block part, not the decompress. Oh, compress block. Ah, snappy compression, no compression, ZSCD compression. Okay, does anybody use this thing? All right. The default value is snappy compression. There you go. There you have it. Ladies and gentlemen, we use snappy compression by default. I was blown away with how much better everything ran after switching away from LZ4 to ZSCD for my project. Huh, that's interesting. We should try that out. So does it improve CPU or just compression ratio or what? Is it kind of an everything? Does it just make everything magically better? It does seem to be customizable, but maybe not as a Cockroach end user. I'm not sure. Let's see. As a Cockroach end user, can you edit this thing? Writer options, block size, opts. Definitely does not seem like you can edit this as an end user,
Computers hooked
but
into over 1,000 data banks throughout
still
the world.
not totally sure. Config option. I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, whatever. All right, well, see you later, crypto. Different compression types for each level. Bit better ratio while also being faster. That's cool. Well, we should check this out for sure. I'll ask about it. I'm curious what people think. Okay. Which bit of Cockroach is in C? Basically none of it. There's a few geospatial functions that we import that are written in C, but there's not really any C that we've written ourselves. Before, when we used RocksDB, there was, but when we switched to Pebble, which is a Go storage engine that we wrote that's kind of like RocksDB, all the C went away. How come I don't? There we go. Okay, whoa, that was a huge rabbit hole. What was I even doing? Right, I was just kind of running these tests at random to see if we can discover anything interesting. And so far, like, probably not. Here's another one of these. Prune ag calls. I wonder if, yeah. Prune. This seems to repro somewhat often. So if people are interested, I can definitely provide more examples. But I'm guessing we just need to add one of these rules, prune ag calls, to the list of essential rules that are not allowed to be randomly disabled. In fact, why don't we just try that now, since this seems to keep matching. Let's just add that. So disable rules or whatever. We'll add int op dot prune ag calls. In fact, let me add a comment. Prune without prune ag calls, it's common to receive a all right. Yeah, this playlist is pretty cool. It's not actually on this one. Let me send it to you guys. It's pretty good. It's basically like piano covers of video game music. That one was getting kind of intense, a little loud. But I liked it. It was emotional. Null rejection requests on non-null column. So this is another one. Maybe reject nulls under join left. Let me grab this one as well. I'll just use this issue to centralize related problems for now, since I'm not sure yet whether they actually demand investigation. Another common problem is looking like this. Perhaps without reject nulls under join left. Perhaps without reject nulls under join left, it's expected that we'd get null rejection requested on non-null column. Okay. So why don't we add that one to the list as well for now? Int op dot reject nulls under. Ooh, there's a bunch of these. Let's just turn this one off for now. I feel like eventually I'll just like remove all of the rules and then like what will we even be doing? I'm not sure. I'm gonna take a quick break. I'll be right back. And we're back. And we're back. With more null rejection requested on non-null columns. Maybe just reject nulls under join blah needs to be taken out of the equation. Let's just see what happens if we keep getting rid of these guys. Eventually, maybe we'll find something more interesting. Is yet another issue of timestamp exceeds supported timestamp bounds. Isn't that funny? So if I run cdemo and then I try to cast this thing to a timestamp, maybe I just basically get an error because it's just a giant negative date, basically. Exceed supported timestamp bounds. Exceed supported timestamp bounds. Yeah, so this should really be, might as well just fix it while we're here, right? pg error dot new f, and we pass in. What actually happens in Postgres, just out of curiosity? If I do this exact same thing, what do we get? Time zone displacement out of range, set verbosity verbose. It's a 2209 error. 2209, which is what? PG code. What do they do? 2209. Wait. 2209. 2209? Nothing? 22009. 22009 is an invalid time zone displacement value. Oh my God, it's so specific. I love that. PG code dot invalid time zone displacement value. Look at that. Static checks check names are very specific. I like them. I like them. They're good. So we'll fix that. Okay. Next. This is kind of fun. This is sort of relaxing. This is sort of like a relaxing lifestyle decision to go through and fix a bunch of error message. Stealing PSQL functionality, it's more like implementing an API. And as we all know, are APIs copyrightable? What do you guys think about that? Did you know about the old Java Oracle API compatibility lawsuit battle? That was a fun one. That's a classic software tale of incompetence. I actually have no idea what the decision on that was. Didn't it drag out for like literally 10 years or more? I feel like that was like a forever battle. Google versus Oracle, right? Or Android versus Oracle or something like that. Oracle lost. The judge even learned some programming. All right. ST geography from text. These are just so boring, man. We've got to go through and just solve all of those geographic ones in one fell swoop. Hate that you wouldn't download a car. If I could download a car to my driveway, you bet I would. You wouldn't download a car. You wouldn't download an API. Oh, wait. I feel like you might. You might download an API. I feel like that's one of those things that you do want to download, actually. In all actuality, we do want to be downloading APIs. Wow, what the heck is this one? This has got to be another syntax error from geog from text. Okay. It's time. We're going to go ahead and look at this. stgeog from text. stgeog from text. What is this about exactly? Oh, stgeography from text. PowerShell? Is PWSH power? What is PWSH? I have no idea what that is, actually. Parse EWKT. Invalid number. Yeah, so for example, like this whole thing should be wrapped in a PG code, shouldn't it?
Database.
Question is, where should the wrapping be done? Should it be done right here, maybe? Seems like it's not quite right either. There's a lot of error wrapping that needs to be done here. This is what I'm discovering. It's not clear the best spot to do it. PowerShell is PowerShell 7 aka the open source one. I see. Like you could conceivably do it in all of these capital letter ones. Is that the best spot? Because these are all in capital letter ones too, right? Yeah, the question is, what's the best DRY way to do this, right? Because we have many callers of parse EWKB. So if you did it outside of parse EWKB, you'd have to add a new code to each of these spots. But if you did it inside of parse EWKB, there's several, well, it's actually just this one. And there's also this spot, which you could conceivably do. I don't know. It's hard to know. What's the right layer? Oh, it's definitely, we can't do it in here because this is a vendored library. Maybe these lowercase ones are the best place to do it. Well, we'll do it here. So we're going to say return, except does this guy even import PG code? It would be kind of unfortunate to start importing PG stuff into this geo library if it's not already there. So let's take a look if that's imported already. PG code, package geo. So we are doing this, well, it's just geom fun. This is something different. Do we care? RG geom fun package geo though? Yeah. I think we should just go for it. I'm thinking we should just go for it. And if people don't like it, they can tell me. pgerror dot new f. Or I guess it's pgerror dot wrap or something. Dot wrap error. We have to add a message, do we? I guess what is so we're basically implementing something called what is it called? Postgres geospatial features. What is this module? PostGIS. So PostGIS. EWKB parse. I really have no idea how this stuff works, honestly. But that's okay. So what is, out of curiosity, how about just something simpler? What if you say, select blah, 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 interval, invalid input syntax for type. And then if I say set verbosity verbose, what kind of error code does it like to give me here? It's a 22007, which is an invalid datetime format. Okay, so it's something very specific. Is there just sort of a generic invalid format thing? Invalid text representation. We should probably just figure out what they actually do, huh? Okay, let's take a look at the source code for stgeom from EWKB. How about github.com. See this query in the new code search experience. What about just the PostGIS source code? Where does it, oh, there it is. PostGIS. Search inside. Then how do I filter it to, directories. Take this one. LWGeom from EWKB. How about this? LWPG error, unable to parse WKB. And what's an LWPG error? Out of curiosity. Out of curiosity. Did you guys ever watch, did you guys, I'm not saying that out loud, Dominic. Did you guys ever watch Bill Nye the Science Guy? Bill Nye the Science Guy. You know what I always liked out of Bill Nye the Science Guy was, you know, the thing where he's like, consider the following. Consider the following. Bill Nye.
Consider, please. Consider the, please.
I love this. I want to make this into a GIF. Look at him. He's like, yeah, think about it, you know?
Consider the following.
I like that. I kind of want to make that into like a stream meme, you know? One of those stream memes. Hit a button. Bill Nye pops up. He's like, consider the following. And then you like drop some knowledge, you know? Wouldn't that be sick? Consider the following, pee your pants. That's like awesome Google autocomplete for sure. So shouldn't like source graph be a thing that I should be using here or something like this? Yeah, what about Tej? What do you say? Should I be using source graph right now? Tej is gonna be like, yeah, dog. Use that source graph. I'm confused though. How come there's no code or whatever? He isn't here to shill. Oh, how about this song? This is a good one. Maybe I should just install this stupid thing.
Computers hooked into over 1,000 data banks throughout the world.
Ubuntu Jis? Sudo apt install PostGIS. Well, that doesn't seem so complicated. Let's see if this does anything good. It's already the newest version. You're running a script on your server, got crashed 2 times? My god, dude. That's crazy. You crashing servers out there? I love that. Must be super user to create this extension. What the heck does that even mean, dude? Postgres super user. How? What even is it? Oh, maybe I have to say sudo su PostgreSQL. Then I run psql. Then I say create extension PostGIS. Extension already exists. So wait a minute. What if we're good? What if we're good to go here?
Please consider the following.
What if we're good to go here? Consider the following. What if we're good? What if we're already good to go?
Consider the following.
Oh my god. Jeez Louise. Okay, that's gonna have to stop. I love that as a soundbite though, dude. That's such a good soundbite. I've got to go hard on sound bites. That's the next level. It does seem like my user doesn't have it is the issue. I really have no idea how Postgres actually works, to be honest. Let's see if I just run this here. So that actually works fine. All right. So whatever. We're just gonna do it like this. And then what if I just pass in some junk? Okay, I need to pass in the right junk. Invalid endian flag. Okay, so then if I say set verbosity verbose and then run it, ooh, I do get an internal error. That's crazy. So even Postgres is not even following its own norms, dude. No. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. It was only split in v3. Its own little OS of permissions. So what am I even supposed to do here? If it Postgres doesn't even listen to its own darn self when it comes to this stuff. I don't even know what to say. Indian flag. So this is the Indian flag here. What about this? Is this still the Indian flag? Unknown WKB type. It's still internal error. Oh man, that's a bummer. Well, I don't even know what to say. Let's just do something at random. Syntax. Seems good. Invalid EWKB. How about that? I don't know. Is this pointless? This very well could be pointless, but I'm not too sure. Let's just keep running tests until we find something more interesting, more exciting. Okay, so as soon as we do something, as soon as we do that, we got a really exciting one. And of course, this isn't going to print out anything good because we are not printing out the sequel before you run it. But presumably it's another thing where we've disabled some important rules and then the whole thing blows up. Yeah, I'm just not convinced that this rule disabler machine is actually a good use of time then. Like, we could easily try again without the rule disabler and just do the cost randomizer, but then I guess we weren't really finding anything interesting there either. I don't know. Cost fuzzer test. The other thing we could conceivably do is instead of just running one query and then running another query with a random seed, we could run a query and then like do 10 random seeds or something like that. I wonder if that would be more interesting. I wonder if they're like equivalently interesting to some extent. I'm really not sure. Just another really boring syntax error from stmline from text. Stmline. I guess we could just add the same thing to parse EWKT as well. I don't know. I think arguments must be line string. Okay, let's see about this one. Maybe, I think it's worth it to do this. It's painful, but the more you do this, the more likely it is that your randomized tester will actually find something interesting. So I think it's like worth this pain. And it is therapeutic. So it's all good. We just need to relax, my guy. PG code dot arguments must be line string. What the heck does that even mean? So basically, if we run st line crossing direction, we pass in geometries that aren't line string, we are getting an invalid thing. So we could pass in invalid argument. Except these are all specific to stuff. So wrong object type. That's a good one. I love a wrong object type error. That's a classic. There we got ourselves a classic error message. Wrong object type. So what's happening here? Maybe this is an error parsing regexp. Well, that is also extremely boring. So where do we parse regexps, though? That's interesting. Where do we parse regexps? Try to say regexps 3 times fast. It's not easy. Missing closing parentheses. I6C. Okay. Maybe there's a like. Maybe there's an I like. I think maybe I like uses. Okay, so it's this guy. Right? 6C. No, it's not this guy. Where is that string coming from? And where are we even using regexps in this? That's actually super weird. Okay, hold on a minute. What the heck am I actually missing right now? Case when exists. Is there a like? Okay, let's just copy this whole thing. I guess we could also just repro this baby. Let's repro this baby using our repro machine. That is going to be fun. It's going to make everything easier. Copy and paste all this stuff. Run cdemo. And then right click. That's all there is to it. It's very simple. Missing closing paren. Okay, let's go into a new window. Set paste. Paste. Is there a like in here of any sort? No like. No reg. What the heck even is that about? Oh, I see it. It's this little thing. So I think that this tilde star is like a special regexp. Like signifier thingy? Operator? Oh god. What even is this thing called? It's just a regex matcher? It's like hard to search for this thing, actually. Reg I match. Okay, so inside of reg match, we use reg match thingy. And where does that actually get evaluated is a question that I have. I'm like, where do we actually run the code? Where do we run the code? I have no idea. Here it is. Okay, so match regexp with key. So this particular error, I think we just don't wrap. You can use tilde instead of like in pSQL. I see. Well, so basically what's happening here I think the star gives us a regexp, invalid regular expression. Set verbosity verbose. What kind of error code should we return here? It's a 2201B. A 2201B. An invalid regular expression. Wow, that is awesome. Okay, so let's go ahead and say pgerror.newf, or just new. It's actually just wrap. pgerror.wrap pgcode.invalid regular, and then the message. Whoops. Just don't need F. We just need to say invalid regular expression. Invalid regular expression. Regex with case insensitivity. Pasture. Oh man. Okay. Well, that's easy. That's easy. That is simple. That we can just crush instantly. Cost fuzz test. Continue. Ignore generation errors. Normally, mutation errors errors during execution of randomized mutations are often about things like inserting into tables with foreign keys that aren't properly matching. We can put these errors out to pasture. Boom. See you later, Johnny Ty. Thank you for, or I guess it's C. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate all the chats. You have a good weekend yourself, my friend. All right. How high is the keyboard? Do I need a wrist rest / pad? The keyboard is just on my table, and my arms are sort of like aligned so that my elbows are like a little bit below the desk. So it's kind of like this. I had it right the first time. Ty, Johnny Ty. All right. It's kind of, my arm kind of looks like, I guess I don't have a camera to show this angle, but anyway, I don't use a rest because it's, I don't know, the chair height is sort of like good, basically. Right. So wait, did I update the error message? I think it did, right? I did. We're here, invalid regular expression, match regexp. This seems to be used a bunch, so that's a good thing. Make similar to key. All right. Let's go ahead and try again. Try again. Exceed supported timestamp bounds. I feel like we thought we dealt with that one already. This is gonna be paying dividends, you guys. It may seem pointless, but I'm telling you right now, this is gonna be great. It's gonna improve everything. I swear it. It's gonna be clutch. Ah, we did one of them and not the other. Did one of them and not the other. Rip. All right, let's fix this one up too. I'm confused. What did I do? What just happened? I am deeply confused. Like this? This is looking good. Continue on. Cool. Thank you, Beyond Twisted. Thank you so much again for the gift subs and the subscription. Thanks for hanging out, stopping by. Hope to see you again. I stream every Friday, you guys. So, yeah. Hope to see you again in the chat sometime. Get a good rest. Get a good night of rest. All right, what do we got this time? Bad data size. All right. I know I filed an issue for this, but I'm just gonna fix it because now it's come up twice. It's come up twice, and that's just not acceptable. It can only come up once before you fix it. So once we parse, this is the one that we're gonna need to fix. So we're gonna say pg error dot new. It's gonna be wrap. ULID to UUID. It's basically a pg code dot parse error. Syntax. Invalid ULID. Done. Boom, done. On to the next. Germany and Bulgaria, very cool. EU watchers. Very awesome. That's kind of why I like to do a stream that's a little bit earlier, I guess, because it feels like you can maximize your audience, right? I love getting some European audience members. And I feel like if I started at a later time or did it in the evenings, you all would not be able to watch. I feel like it's a good time, you know. You catch people at the end of their workday, and you catch the Europeans sort of in their evening time. I guess there's also morning streams, but I'm never really sure who's able to watch those ones because presumably like people are at work. The middle of the night. Yeah, that's fair. I guess it wasn't the middle of the night 3 hours ago, but I guess it was getting there. 10 p.m. It's like getting to be the nighttime, right? I think a lot of people do watch streams during their work days because just like they put them on the background, just have that calming sound, especially when people have been working from home during COVID and stuff like that, having that, you know, feeling of community. Somebody else is working nearby you, co-working, you know, that's kind of nice. So maybe those kinds of watchers come, just to kind of have some calming noise in the background. Definitely I use streams like that for sure.
I have to narrow down the search.
Put something on, don't really pay attention to it sometimes.
By guessing.
Do something else. It can be really nice, or you can pay attention. There's all sorts of ways to use a stream. It's such a good cultural thing, I think. Good job, Twitch, for coming up with it. I guess good job, content creators, for coming up with it. And thank you, Twitch, for enabling them. Something like that. This is cool. So I guess fixing a bunch of these, it seems to have made the test last for way longer before crashing, which is a big improvement for sure. Oh, this is an Undertale song, right? Did you guys play Undertale? Introductory course in programming. That's cool. What language are you learning? You gotta practice. So everybody starts from the beginning. Everybody starts from the beginning. GeoJSON unsupported type. All right. GeoJSON unsupported type. Invalid GeoJSON input. We need to make this a pg error dot new f with a code pg code dot then probably same with this one, to be honest. GeoJSON dot it unmarshals a byte to arbitrary geometry. Yeah, I feel like this one should also get a wrapped one, pg error dot wrapf pg code dot syntax. C++. Wow, that's a pretty exciting first language to learn. I would say it's pretty tough, but good for you. You're gonna learn a lot. I think C++ it's a pretty unfriendly language, I would say. It's very complicated, very big, a lot of pitfalls. It's a hard language. Very hard language. Ooh, what was that? That looked interesting. What the heck was this? No volatility for cast. Oh, but how come it didn't give me an error? That's weird. No volatility for cast. This should never happen. But it didn't end the test, which is odd. I don't understand that. No, maybe it just ignores it if that happens. No volatility for cast. It does seem like it should bubble up. It's weird. I don't get that. Started with C. I think C is a lot more understandable than C++. Conditional deconstructors. Oh my gosh, that does sound complicated. Fireship did a video on it. Is that Programming content creator. Fireship. No volatility for cast. So this is interesting. I wonder why you didn't get an error for this. That doesn't make any sense. Guess I'll just ignore it. This seems to have hung. We'll restart it. C++ in 100 seconds. Fireship is great. What's up, root privilege? This is a cool one. Could not decorrelate subquery. But again, is this... Well, let's definitely try to repro this one at least and see if this one's interesting to anybody. Fireship did mention Cockroach and there's 7 database model. Oh yeah, I think I actually did watch this video. I think somebody sent it to me on the stream actually. Happy Friday to you too. Could not decorrelate subquery. So presumably if I turn this off, I don't get that same message, right? Yeah. So it's only with... I just don't know if this is like a legitimate problem or not. I feel like it probably isn't. Let's turn on log to standard error. Oh wait, we need to go back and paste the whole bundle. All right, so basically we get all of these rules matched. We disable fold null cast, we disable fold plus, then we disable a bunch of hoist join project left. And to be honest, like, this just feels like it's not interesting because decorrelating subqueries is all about hoisting joins, hoisting things. So maybe if we just disable them, then it just doesn't work, and then there's nothing you can really do. So I don't know, feels sketchy. Feels frankly quite sketchy. So we're going to continue on, delving deeply into the universe of random SQL queries. I feel like getting coverage direction going would just be so cool. I feel like we should try to get that going somehow. I don't really know how it works. I feel like it's really quite sophisticated. Like there's this American fuzzy lop thing, right? Which is the OG one that people like to talk about. AFL fuzzing. And it has this kind of interesting guts, right? A simple but rock solid instrumentation guided genetic algorithm. A modified form of edge coverage to effortlessly pick up subtle local scale changes to control flow. Yeah. Kind of crazy, isn't it? The trouble, of course, with SQL is that you can't just give it a random byte string. You've got to generate an actual SQL string, which makes it definitely tricky. I'm actually interested in this. So it kind of says you can making up grammar with the dictionary in hand. One of the most significant limitations of AFL is that its mutation engine is syntax blind and optimized for compact data formats. General purpose fuzzer will have a harder time dealing with more verbose dialects such as SQL. One-off protocol-specific mutation engine. Yes, that's what we've done. Basic list of syntax tokens. Well, that doesn't really work so well. Yeah, well, still definitely need the grammar. But then there was another link. There's no way to provide more structured descriptions of the underlying syntax, but the fuzzer will still likely figure out some of this based on the information feedback alone. This actually works in practice, huh? I kind of doubt that it would really work so well in the program that I'm looking at, but maybe I should look at that. It's kind of unlikely, but it's definitely possible. This thing seems to have frozen, trying to maybe run a giant query that'll never finish. Like that. How does Cockroach Labs make money? Well, we have a cloud database that you can pay for, so you can go online and say, give me a Cockroach DB cluster, and you pay for that. Or you can use our serverless offering, which allows you to pay per query, kind of, per request unit. We also sell licenses to the database if you want to run it yourself. That's the way it works. How happy are you with your keyboard? Very. This is like the keyboard of all keyboards. I'm very into the Iris. I've tried a few different ergonomic keyboards. I tried the Microsoft Natural Ergonomic Keyboard 4000 or whatever, which was good. A little clunky, a little big. I tried something called the Truly Ergonomic Keyboard, which is like, all right. I used that for a while. I tried an Atreus keyboard, which I have over somewhere in this room, but I forget where, which is good, but it doesn't have the split. And then I got this one, and I've kind of been into this one ever since. So I'm a big fan. How is it doing? It's doing good. You know, we're getting closer to a GA release. It's still kind of in beta, but I mean, it's getting pretty solid. I'm really excited about it. I think it's going to be a really good product offering for a lot of different use cases, especially, you know, developers who are trying to just build apps, right? Like get a side project going, get something simple going that they don't know how it's going to scale just yet, right? Just like get anything going. Don't think about it. It's free for most use cases that are small, right? You only pay once you exceed the particular threshold of RUs. And so I think it's going to be really good for, developers just starting side projects basically. And so I'm excited about it. And yet it gives them that, hopefully it'll give them that, you know, scale out capability, right? Like if they hit the limits, they can easily get the limits expanded. So that's the hope. Box 2D from GeoHash. Let's go ahead and fix that one. In terms, it's growing quite a bit also. Like a lot of people are using it. It's crazy. It's a popular offering already, and it's not even in GA. So I think it's doing well. I'm definitely excited about it. Parse GeoHash. So this needs to definitely be a thing. So Pete, thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. I know I still owe you talk ideas. Maybe one day we'll figure out a way to make that happen. I'm working on it. I think that there's an interesting thing where like there's a certain kind of culture that likes to give a lot of talks. I feel like the culture that we've got is not a particularly talky culture, but I think we should solve that. There's so many things that we have going on in Cockroach that are interesting to talk about, and I feel like I'd like to find a way to encourage people to do more of it, but it hasn't been that easy right now. But I haven't forgotten. If you haven't forgotten, maybe one of these days we'll figure out a way to make it happen. So GeoHash decode just gives me where does that even come from? GeoHash decode. Kind of comes from nowhere. It's kind of weird. Maybe it's sort of like, okay, maybe this one doesn't get hit because the len is never equal to 0. So we'll say pgerror.newf pgcode.syntax pgerror.wrap pgcode.syntax invalid geo hash. How about that? Long time no see. Thank you for the raid again. I'm looking teacherly, do you think? Yeah, I'm usually wearing just like a ratty t-shirt, and I'm like, yes, welcome to my classroom. I'm Professor Lewis, and today we will be working on randomized testing in databases. Open your textbooks to page 342. Vosen, please come up to the front of the class. You will be answering these questions. I'm like striking fear into the hearts of all students. Everything's gonna be on the exam. Everything that you hear today will be on the exam. Please come to your TA's office after class. I don't know what accent I'm doing right now. Oh man. Your TA will be available to go over the homework problems with you. Oh God, man, school was really not a pleasant time for me. It really wasn't like that, but like I was not a good student. Relation should be of length 9. What the heck is this? Relate match. It's just a teacher accent, generic British teacher. I admitted to you all that I've been watching Love Island, UK Love Island. So that's probably why we're hearing some of the fake British accents spill over. Okay, so relate match, right? And presumably this is coming from this thing, matches DI9IM. So yeah, these need to be PGR dot. You're glad you skipped most of school? Yeah, I get that. I definitely get that. Did you drop out? I did not drop out of school. I did make it through in the end. I did graduate a little bit late because I was a slacker in school, kind of, and had to redo a couple of courses. Yeah, I don't know, man. School it's definitely a thing. First argument is not a point.
The data bank's too big. I have to narrow down
These
the
need
search.
to be.
How are you gonna do that? By guessing.
And these are going to be invalid argument or something. PG code dot invalid parameter value. Cared very little for all my CS courses. Double degree in math and CS. That's cool. I actually tried to become a math major, but I found the courses too difficult, to be honest. I went to University of Chicago, which has a sort of notoriously challenging math program. And I was feeling really, I was good in high school, right? This is the classic thing that happens to kids that go to U Chicago. They're like top of their class in high school, or they're really bright or whatever, and then they show up to U Chicago and then they like get destroyed because they're just surrounded by people who are like, it's like a bigger fishbowl, That definitely happened to me. I was like, give me the hardest math, honors math, baby, let's go. And I was given honors math and was like crushed by it basically. And I was like, you know what? I'm going back to computer science because I love programming. School teaches you how to work in a system, not learn. I went for a year on uni, but it was not working out, so I spent the summer teaching myself programming. Then found a job. Yeah, there you go. Honestly, I do kind of wish that people... Wait, incorrect UUID length W? Oh, that's not the length. That's probably the UUID. 2 UUID. Let's fix that one. PG error.wrap. Yeah, I think like... I don't know. In terms of school stuff, it's like... in terms of school stuff, I would say that it would be better if people kind of required you to take a gap year. I feel like there's some countries that do that. And I feel like taking a gap year is just so valuable because it's like, it gives you that perspective, right? And you can figure out, oh, hey, wow, I'm really enjoying life. I know so much, I'm good, right? Or you take your gap year and you're like, you know what? I really want to go back to school. You come back with more drive, right? You really want to be learning. Whereas the way that the college system works in the United States, it's like you just do it by default. And it's like you don't know if you want it. You just do it because your parents say you have to, basically. So I don't know. I'm kind of a proponent of gap years. I'm not really on the side of dropping out. I know that there's some people who are like, oh, drop out, drop out. I think maybe some people should, but I definitely don't recommend it as like a default. But I'm definitely on the side of you should think about taking a gap year if people were to ask about it. Trade schools need to become more visible. Compilers and microprocessors. Now you do back-end web development. I feel like it would be always really interesting to... I feel like I've always wanted to learn a little bit more about chip development. That is really some badass stuff. For developers, it's viable. Yeah, I think it's viable, but I don't necessarily think that it's like good for everybody. Definitely viable, but do I think it's good for everybody? Not necessarily. It really depends on the person and like, I don't know. I don't think it's necessarily like good default advice. Yeah, neither is university. It's a good point. It is a good point. Structured learning. Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of people, it's hard to be told what to do, I think is what it is. Especially you enter a certain age, you're like, ugh, stop telling me what to do. Just let me live. Please let me live. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. It's like, I feel like a gap year, it could ruin your drive to study something more challenging. That's an interesting perspective. I've never thought about that. Do you think that taking a gap year ruins people's drive because they realize that they don't have to try? Yeah, because school, it's sort of like you're in this weird prison and like you don't know that there's other stuff. And so like maybe that, like being in that weird school prison does motivate you to work harder because you don't even know yet that like you can just be a slacker in real life too. I don't know if that's a good argument, but it is interesting. Only SRID 4326 is supported. Yeah, they do make you learn a lot of stuff, but maybe that's okay too. You know, it's like you have to explore. Like the liberal arts model, right? Is like you cast a wide net. You get a good base for understanding the world by looking at all sorts of different things. Maybe some of them are going to be interesting, some of them are going to be boring, but it's a good base, you know. And I think that's like a valid thing. Depends on the person again, but I think it is important to understand some history, you know, get some context, see what other things have been done, see what's out there. It might be boring, but you know, you're going to absorb it and you'll remember some of it. And I think that, I don't know, it's hard to know. The whole world is just this like big old random box, right? You go out there and you're just thrown against everything, and the person you turn out it's just kind of, it's very random. And so it's hard to know. It's hard to know what's good, I would say. Definitely tricky stuff. Nothing matters, life sucks anyway. Yeah, so the nihilist approach, right? What about the Stoics? What do you all think about the Stoics? Stoic philosophy. My girlfriend is getting into the Stoics right now. She's like reading Stoic stuff and she's like into it. I feel like the Stoics, it's kind of like a dude thing, but she's kind of into it right now. So I don't know what that means. She's getting in touch with her masculine side. Haven't needed 90% of the math they tried to teach you. Yeah, that is definitely true. Yeah, Marcus Aurelius, exactly. The Daily Stoic. We're working a little bit on something kind of neat, which is predicting SQL statistics as tables change using a linear regression model. And so somebody on the team is working on implementing this linear regression model, and they're having to relearn a bunch of calculus that they knew in school. And I was kind of laughing because it's like, okay, yeah, you learned the calculus, but of course you're going to forget it because like, why would you remember any of the calculus? But then, you know, maybe that little of what you learned is still there in the head, and so you like kind of remember it when you go back to actually use it, you know, like an integral or something like that, or like, I don't know. I think they were like reading some papers and implementing this regression. And I feel like calculus was used. So I don't know if that really says anything, but it's a story. It's a relevant story. Hard to find good teachers. Attention for goldfish. Exactly. This is the ADHD claim, right? It's like ADHD people, or people on the like ADHD zone, might be good at focusing on programming. There's a lot of ADHD discourse out there. I don't know much about it, but I definitely have spent many an hour just staring directly at a programming thing. Does that mean I have ADHD? I don't know. Should I be wary of people who say you don't need to know any math to be a programmer? No. I think that that's pretty true. I mean, math itself, you don't really use that much of it or any of it when you're doing programming. I mean, math comes up all the time at random, but not like, I don't know. I don't think you really need to know that much math to be a programmer. I think learning math like does help you be a better thinker, but so does learning programming. That also helps you be a better thinker. So I don't know. PB2 JSON. Maybe we should just add PB to JSON to the list of excluded functions in the Smither. Maybe that would be the best thing to do. Smither.go. Make functions, disable, ignore functions. Where do we set these up? Is there nothing where we just disable a bunch of... I guess I could just search ignore functions. Who uses this thing? CRDB internal and all of these ones. I guess we don't have really a standard exclusion list. All right, whatever. I'll just fix this then. PB to JSON. Built-ins.go. So it's coming from unknown proto message type. Presumably that's here. Right? Okay, errors, pg error dot wrap. Error. pg code dot invalid parameter. Invalid protocol message. Statistics is useful. Logical and deduction skills, yes. That's true. Logical and deduction skills is the essential of math, but also like, it's also the essential of programming, right? So if you learn programming, you're probably also gonna learn those logical and deduction skills in a way. So it's sort of circular. Everything is useful. Learn everything. That's my advice. Just learn as much as you can. And that's just back to school. That means you should go to school because school will just teach you a bunch of random crap. I feel like we did good things. Why don't we make a commit out of this stuff? Let's go ahead and do that. Actually, let's also do one for we did PB to JSON. Let's do JSON to PB as well, just so we're even. JSON to PB, if there's such a thing. There does seem to be a thing. So invalid proto name, I guess. This one is invalid proto JSON. Okay. Let's go ahead and make a commit. So we're gonna git add p. Yes. Yes. And you know what? I feel like when we use this syntax thing, we should probably just have always used pgcode dot invalid parameter value. I feel like that's a better one. Matches DE. So we're gonna jump over here. I'm gonna make this invalid parameter value. Okay. Git add -p again. We're gonna add this. We'll add this. Wrong object type. I think this is also an invalid parameter value, actually. So let's go change this one as well. Line crossing direction. Let's be consistent here. Invalid parameter value. Add this. Add this. Invalid EWKV. Just fix all of these guys. So we're gonna add this, add this, add this, 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 this. Wrong object type. That seems fine. This stuff we're gonna leave alone for now. We'll do these ones later. We'll add this one. So this one needs to be a invalid parameter value as well. So this is in builtins.go. So no coster, no optimizer. Yes, built-ins. Yes, 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 yes. Don't worry, I want this one. Okay, so this is great. So we're gonna go ahead and make a new commit for this. We'll actually just make it on this branch, but we'll move it to another branch in a second. So we're gonna say, so GeoSQL, add some improve some error codes. Or it's really like, add some missing PG error codes. This commit adds a bunch of missing PG error codes from geospatial adds a bunch of missing PG error codes to built-in functions and period. To geo built-ins and some
The data
index
too big.
hint.
I have to narrow down the search.
Sort of some like
How are you gonna do that?
index
By
hint.
guessing.
It also adds missing error codes. Missing codes for when the optimizer fails to satisfy an index hint. How about this? It's really release note, SQL change. Several geospatial. Honestly, does this even deserve a release note? Several error cases in geospatial and other built-ins were marked as internal errors. Internal error PG error codes. They now return more appropriate error codes. This is a minor change, and clients should not notice. I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna add also another commit here. So git add 1, 2, 3. We'll say tests, add randomly disable xform rules in cost fuzzer test. Please note, I'm just going to squash this one later, so it doesn't really matter. Okay, so we're going to do this. We're going to go ahead and check out another branch. So we'll go to master. We're going to say git checkout -b PG codes, add some PG codes. Git cherry pick cost fuzzer tilde. Go ahead and push this one up, make a PR.
Databanks.
Do not squash and merge. No, normally we keep commits separate. Looks like I have to rebase. Git fetch origin, git rebase, origin master. Uh-oh. Untracked working tree files would be overwritten by checkout. What the heck is this? I literally have no idea what these are, but I'm just going to delete them. They don't seem relevant. Okay, so conflict in parse.go. Well, that's annoying. Oh my gosh, people what? When did this happen? Did I just do a bunch of work that was just added to master or something like that? That's so lame. No. Well, that's okay. Add PG error codes for errors that... Oh my god, that was literally just done a few days ago. Okay. Let me go ahead and... I feel silly. Super epic. Why do you rebase like that? Just cuz. Just cuz. It's the way we roll. We like to use rebases and not merge. Keep that clean history, you know? Keep that clean history. Let's do a little bit of conflict resolution, shall we, ladies and gentlemen? Exciting stuff. Invalid. Oh wait, did I take the wrong ones? I took the wrong ones. I think I want to take these guys. I want to take the top ones. All right. Murders are the devil. What's up, M. Lazwick? Was there a reason behind the name cockroach? Yeah, so it's a resilient database. Cockroaches are very resilient. You can't even kill them. Even if you cause a nuclear holocaust. And they also spread across the globe. And cockroach is a distributed global database. So that's the idea. Squash it and they come back. Why did JetBrains gift you a sub? JetBrains randomly joined the stream and gifted 10 subs because they saw that I was using a JetBrains ID. So thanks, JetBrains. But that's the reason. It was randomly sponsored for no reason. Yeah, so if you gift subs and you don't pick who to give it to, it just gives it to random people who have been like in the stream is kind of the idea, I think. What's up, Taroma? You were streaming at the time? I didn't know you streamed. Do I follow you? Actually, I'm not sure how to follow somebody from this thing. I'll do it after, I guess. Oh no, I don't want to leak your stuff. Oh well, I'll just do it later. Very cool. Well, I'll definitely give you a follow. Exciting. I have a friend at a large tech company complaining about the new European privacy laws. The user email not being able to be global because it would be sharing data across continents. Oh, like email addresses being PII? That's definitely tricky. PII is a difficult devil. You have to like use IDs or something, basically. I don't know. It's tricky. Okay, so now that we've done this, we can get rid of this middle commit. Get rebase I origin master. We can get rid of this one. We probably want to make a different test for this, honestly, or make like this same test have a few different configurations. That would be ideal.
Databanks, databanks.
I don't really want to do that. I feel like I'm running a bit out of steam, so I might end about now. I had a brain fart and did not realize I'd be able to watch yours if I stream. Oh, no worries at all. Yes, JetBrains is why you had a few people. Oh no, that was actually because of Primogen, the most popular coding influencer on Twitch. I'm not sure if that's true, but he seems to be blowing up these days. So he raided with like 700 people, which was pretty exciting. But yeah, that was the reason. JetBrains just joined later. I don't know. I think that was, maybe they were just like going around looking for people who are using JetBrains to give out free subs to or something like that. Yeah, so I guess, should I just push this up? I feel like I need to clean it up a little bit more, honestly. I think I'll just leave this as is maybe for now. Not really sure. Because ideally I would need to also make this a roach test. I'm just going to push it up because it's still sort of in a work in progress kind of thing. And I'll just write a little bit of a comment on the PR here. So much stuff happens. Yeah, it's all right. You didn't. It was exciting. You can always go back and watch the VOD, which I always upload to YouTube. And the VODs are on on Twitch for a while, if you really care. But it's not that exciting. Just a bunch of people joined and we chatted about stuff in the beginning. Only 655 PRs. Yeah, it's a big project for sure. Possibly it's just a bit giant, but that's okay. Okay, so I've added the random rule disabler to this test as well. It turned up some interesting problems. I'm not totally sure whether it's a good idea to keep the rule disabler on, as it seems to cause problems, a bunch of unrealistic problems. See, 76, whatever it was. Before this merges, I need to turn it into a roach test. So consider the changes here still in draft. What I wanted to say about this is basically that I added a few new rules to the don't disable list because they caused some of those unrealistic problems, but it seems like most of the rules can cause problems when disabled, so I'm not quite sure what to do there. What else did I do? I feel like that was about it, right? Just double check. Did this, did that, randomly disable the transformation rules, delete a bunch of those rules from the thing, and I think that was it. Oh yeah, no. I also added a test clause that fails the test if the perturbed query returns an internal error, which turned up a bunch of stuff that motivated this guy. I think it would be good practice to keep hammering on the no internal errors allowed unless they are really internal rule to make sure that we can run fuzzers like this one and actually care when an XX000 internal error comes up. All right. Thus is my comment. 24-hour stream where I finish all the PRs. That would be, yeah. A lot of those PRs are like really old and not going to merge. I don't know. It's hard to know like what to do with this stuff because it's not like a problem to keep a PR open, right? Like, let's say it was an interesting idea and it's not going to merge. Like, do you close it and then the work goes away? That's kind of sad. Like, it's sort of useful to keep them around even if they don't merge some of the time. So I don't know, it might look messy, but I don't think it really necessarily is a problem. It's just different from the way that many GitHub projects work. So I don't know. It does sometimes trigger OCD in people though. It's like, gosh, what is all this nasty stuff doing? But for example, this draft design doc for PG error linter. This is actually completely related to what I've just been slogging through, right? The idea is you're not allowed to not return a PG error code when you do stuff that isn't an internal error. We never merged this, we never did it. And as a result, this sort of thing is still a problem. But looks like it never really got over the finish line. Should be able to archive them. Linters, eh? Yeah, we love linters. We do love linters. What's a member of a technical staff? That's just a word that some companies use to mean engineer, basically. This is a fancy sounding engineer. It actually doesn't include any title connotations. At Cockroach in the beginning, everybody was just called member of technical staff. And they kind of still are. A lot of people still use that as their like title on LinkedIn or whatever. Anyway, senior principal tech staff lead. I'm the director of senior principal tech staff. Yeah, titles are a funny thing. Oh yeah, distinguished. You can't forget about distinguished. That's a big one, right? Distinguished engineer. There's only a few of those at many companies. Only one? Yeah, man. I saw something cool, which is there was somebody's stream, I forget whose it was, where they've got like this view, right? And they've got the like keyboard view, but they also have like a back view or something, or maybe it's like a like a wide angle view. They could switch to that. It's kind of cool. I sort of want to set that up, like a view from the ceiling or something like that. You can like see my back while I'm working. Like check it out, check the full scene out. Wouldn't that be sweet? Totally pointless, but it would be cool. Thinking about Pimping the stream, posture check. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you have that thing and then everyone's going to be posture checking me all the time. My posture's not great, but what are you going to do? Jamie Pine. Had a back of the chair view. Who's Jamie Pine? I don't even know who that is. Jamie Pine? Oh, a YouTuber. A YouTuber and a Twitch streamer. My God. He does it all.
Reno? Is that like...
Oh my gosh, this is like a Zoom chat Twitch stream. Oh, this is cool. I see. I like that. The only thing with this that's kind of weird is that you can't have a secret screen, right? If you have an all the time on back view, like if you have this going on, then you can't like have a secret screen, which is key. You need a secret screen to be a Twitch streamer. Gosh, it's so important. You got to have the stuff that you don't want to show to people, right? Tech lead ex Google buys Patagonia and runs a millionaire token crypto scam. Yeah, well, who's that guy? Was it like that tech lead Google guy who did a lot of YouTube videos and then didn't he eventually quit? And he had kind of like weird views on stuff, didn't he? You have a whole secret computer. There you go, like a second streaming computer. He's still doing it. You send macOS screen capture from OBS to Windows via NDI. Oh, that's cool. That's sophisticated. For a while, I almost set up a 2-computer streaming thing with like a capture card in the middle, but it was pointless and I gave up. It was just like a lot of effort. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's a problem for sure. I had that problem before I got this big fat PC, but then I was sort of too lazy to make it up with a 2-computer solution, so I didn't. Oh, to avoid paying $300 for a capture card? They're not $300, not all of them anyway. It depends on the resolution that you're trying to capture at, but I don't think that you need to be capturing 4K, probably, because you're not going to be streaming at 4K. Anyway, I think I'm feeling like it's time. It's been a good stream, good chat. Thinking it's time to find someone to raid. And Colmac is streaming, and I am a fan of this guy. So I might actually give this guy a raid. That'll be fun. He knows a lot. Colm McCarthy. Speaking of distinguished engineers, by the way, this guy is a distinguished engineer at Amazon. So I feel like that would be a really exciting raid for us since we've been talking about this. So he's giving career advice too, which is kind of cool. So I want to give this guy a raid. Say hello, be polite. Ask him all of your questions. Ask him all of your career questions. Maybe you'll learn something. I will probably learn something. It seems like he's drawing, doing some cool stuff. But anyway, you guys, this has been an awesome stream. If any of you are still around from Primogen stream, thanks for sticking around. I really appreciate everybody's support, all the follows and subscriptions and everything else. So thank you guys all so much. I hope to see you again. All right. So, give me a follow on Twitter, give me a follow on Twitch, and join my Discord. And I will see you all next Friday. So I hope you guys have a great weekend. Get outside, do something fun, enjoy yourselves, and I'll see you next time. Alrighty. Bye-bye.